I was just a little girl when it all began. The world I knew wasn't the world that most children grew up in. I didn't have the privilege of innocence or peace. My story starts in the cold, broken streets of Russia. During a time of upheaval, my name, Natasha Romanoff, was never meant to be just a name. It was a marker, an imprint of what I was destined to become. Though at the time I couldn't have understood it, I didn't know the full weight of what it meant to carry such a name that would come to be feared and respected across the world. Before I continue, I would appreciate if you would take a second to like and subscribe. These stories are meant to be heard quietly, slowly, and there's more waiting to be told. Now back to mine. I was born in 1984, in the heart of a city that was as unforgiving as the circumstances surrounding my birth. Moscow, the cold gray days of winter, the harshness of life under the shadow of the Soviet regime. My mother, a woman I barely remember, had to make impossible choices. I was too young to understand what was happening, too young to realize the world was already taking shape around me in ways I would never escape. My earliest memories aren't of toys or laughter, they're of the rough, harsh hands of strangers, the piercing cold of an orphanage. They are the coldest memories. I was just a child, small, fragile, but even in those early years there was something inside of me, a spark, a fire that refused to go out, no matter how dark the world got. I don't know if it was fate or something else, but soon enough, I was taken from that place. They were everywhere, agents, eyes that watched me from the shadows, taking note of every move, every whisper. The Red Room, a name I would come to hate, a place that would become my second home, a prison in which I would be forged. At first I didn't know what was happening to me. The Red Room wasn't just a school or training camp. It was something far darker. It wasn't a place where children learned to play or to be loved. It was a place where children learned to kill, to survive, to become tools of war. The moment I entered those walls, I was no longer a child. I was a weapon. The training was brutal. They taught us to be silent, to blend into the background, to strike with precision. Every day was another test of endurance. Every hour another push to the edge of what I thought my body could endure. There was no kindness in that place, only cold eyes and harder hearts. They had a plan for us. We were to be perfect, nothing less. I don't know how long I spent there, but it felt like a lifetime. Days blurred together. Pain became a constant companion. The smell of metal and sweat, the sound of boots on concrete, the echo of instructors' voices barking orders. These are the things that filled the silence. They taught me languages, combat techniques, and how to disappear, how to kill. But they didn't just break our body, they broke our spirits too. They twisted our minds until we no longer knew where we ended and where they began. I was forced to forget who I was, to leave behind everything that made me human. There were no names in that place, just numbers. I wasn't Natasha Romanoff anymore. I was Subject Zebro, a cold, calculated machine. Even then, deep within me, there was a flicker of something else, a whisper, perhaps from a place I couldn't remember, the tiniest piece of who I had been, who I was supposed to be. I never let that flicker die. It was my only rebellion, my only defiance against the mind control that tried to rewrite my story. But no one cared about that. They wanted results. They wanted a soldier, and I would give them one. I would give them a soldier who could do the things no one else could, someone who could infiltrate, destroy, vanish without a trace. My body was no longer my own. It had been molded into something else, something that no longer belonged to me. I was just one of many. I didn't know the others. Not really. They were like me, trained to be perfect. But some of them were stronger than others, and I saw what they could do. I saw their power, their determination, and in the dark corners of my mind, I began to wonder, could I be something more? Could I too break free from this? The answers didn't come easily. Every day, I was pushed further, tested in ways I couldn't fully comprehend, but the hardest lesson I would learn wasn't about combat or espionage. It was about who I was and who I had to become to survive. It was in those dark hours that I learned what it meant to be both a weapon and a person. I was taught to erase my past, but there were moments, small fragments of memories that would never leave me, and they haunted me. They drove. I didn't know it then, but this was only the beginning of a journey that would take me across the world, into places I could never have imagined, a journey that would make me both a hero and a villain in the eyes of the world. But for now, as I lay on the cold floor of the Red Room, with nothing but the sounds of my own breath to keep me company, I could only dream of what might lie ahead, and all I could do was hold on to that flick, because that flicker, deep within, was the only thing I could trust in a world that had taught me to trust nothing. The Red Room was not just a place of training, it was a place of transformation, a place where the line between what you were and what you could become grew ever thinner, until you couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. Each day felt like a lifetime of endless drills, endless hours of combat training, endless repetition. But the more I endured, the more I realized that this was the only way out. The instructors, cold and impersonal, watched us like hawks. Every move we made was scrutinized, every mistake punished. Their eyes were always on us, as though waiting for us to slip, to fail. But I didn't. I couldn't afford to fail, not if I wanted to survive this. They were molding us into something else, something more dangerous than any weapon. They used fear, pain and isolation to break us. But they also used something else, conditioning. They taught us how to endure, how to fight through the darkest parts of ourselves. And through it all I clung to that flick, that small faint glimmer of hope, that I was still Natasha Romanoff, that I was still human, and that someday I might escape. I was one of the youngest in the Red Room, but I learned quickly. The instructors didn't have patience for anyone who didn't pick things up fast, and I wasn't there for anything other than to survive, to adapt, to become the best. I learned how to disappear, how to move without a sound, how to become invisible even in the brightest lights. I learned languages, every weapon, every method of close combat. I was taught to kill with a single silent strike. And the worst part, I was taught to do it without hesitation. Every time I struck, it was as if my humanity was being ripped away, one piece at a time. But that was the price I had to pay. The Red Room didn't care about innocence. It didn't care about right or wrong. It only cared about results. And the results I gave them were always flawless. I was a perfect weapon. But with each success, I felt myself slipping further and further away from the girl I used to be, the girl who once dreamed of something more than this. My heart had become numb, my emotions dulled, my mind focused solely on the mission. That's how they wanted me, cold, efficient, without empathy. I had no idea how long I'd been there. Time had lost its meaning, but everything changed the day they introduced me to my first real mission. I had trained for it my entire life, but nothing could have prepared me for the first time I was sent into the world beyond the walls of the Red Room. It was supposed to be just another job, a simple infiltration. But the moment I stepped into the field, the reality of what I had become hit me like a hammer. The mission was a blur of shadows, a faint whisper of my own footsteps as I moved through the night. The target was someone who had become a threat to the Soviet state, a man I had never met, yet who somehow held my attention with his defiance. His name was Alexei Shostakov. The mission was simple: eliminate him. I had never killed anyone in cold blood before. The Red Room had taught me how to fight, how to defend, how to control, but taking a life, That was something different. The first time was always the hardest, but by the time I was standing over him, watching the life leave his eyes, I felt nothing but the satisfaction of a job well done, and that was when I understood something deep within me. I had become exactly what they wanted me to be, a tool, a weapon, a thing that operated without hesitation, without remorse. It was during this mission that they gave me a new name. No longer was I just a number. They called me the Black Widow. It wasn't a name that meant anything to me at the time. It was just another label, another way to separate me from my humanity. But the name stuck. The Red Room's hold on me was undeniable. Every mission they sent me on only solidified my place as one of their most elite operatives. I was a shadow, moving in and out of places like I didn't even belong to this world. I killed without question, without but no matter how many missions I completed, no matter how many lives I took, I could never shake the feeling that I was more than just this, more than a killer. There was something within me that refused to die, a part of me that still remembered who I was before all of this. And then one day, something changed. I was sent on a mission to retrieve something of great importance, something that would alter the course of history. It wasn't a simple assassination, not this time. The target was more than just a man. He was an asset, a key to a larger plan. As I made my way through the shadows, I encountered a man who would change everything. His name was Clint Barton. I didn't know it at the time, but Clint would become my partner, my ally and my friend. Clint Barton wasn't supposed to be anything more than a target. I was tasked with eliminating him. Another mission, another person who needed to be taken out to keep the wheels of the Red Room turning. But the moment I saw him, I knew something was different. He wasn't like the others. There was something in his eyes, something that didn't fit the profile of an enemy. But of course, in my world, enemies didn't matter. Only results did, and Clint was supposed to be just another casualty. I remember the first time I encountered him. It was a typical mission, quiet, calculated, a game of cat and mouse in the shadows. He had been assigned to stop me, a task I assumed would be simple, but he didn't follow the typical rules of engagement. He wasn't cold, calculating or methodical. He was human, and that was something I wasn't used to. His aim was precise, but there was hesitation in his movements, as if he didn't truly want to hurt me. That small moment of doubt threw me off. It made me question for the first time. Was I just a killer or something more? Our confrontation was short-lived, but impactful. At the end of it, neither of us walked away unscathed. But Clint was the one who showed mercy. He didn't take the shot when he had the chance. Instead, he helped me up when I had fallen. I didn't understand it at the time. I didn't know why he would do that. Was it a trick, a tactic? But when I returned to the Red Room, there was something in me that had shifted. It wasn't just the mission that haunted me. It was the memory of Clint's eyes, his hesitation, his humanity. For the first time in years I questioned my own. Was I still human? Could I still feel? The Red Room had taught me to suppress emotions. They had drilled it into me that there was no room for doubt, no room for mercy. We were soldiers, not people. The moment we allowed our emotions to control us, we became weak. But Clint Barton had made me realize something. Maybe it was okay to feel. Maybe there was still something inside me worth fighting for. I went on more missions after that. More kills, more tasks, each one harder than the last. But every time I looked at the targets, I remembered Clint's eyes, and I began to see my work differently. No longer was it just about completing the mission. It was about the cost, the lives, the choices we made. And then there was the day I received an assignment that changed everything. It was the kind of mission that should have been routine. Break into a secure facility, extract sensitive information, and get out. Easy, but the mission was a trap, a setup, a perfect example of the Red Room's manipulation. I was sent into the heart of enemy territory, expecting to face nothing but routine resistance. But when I arrived, I was ambushed. I was outnumbered, surrounded. The walls closed in on me, and for the first time I felt the weight of the world on my shoulder. I fought back, as I always had, with precision, with cold efficiency. But this time, there was something different. There was no satisfaction in the fight, no pride in the victory, only emptiness. And that's when Clint showed up again. I don't know how he found me. I don't know why he was there. But there he was, standing beside me, fighting by my side. In that moment, I understood what he had been trying to show me all along. There was something more to this world than the missions, the killing, the loyalty to the Red Room. There was something bigger, something worth fighting for. We made it out of that mission together, barely, and in the aftermath, as I looked at Clint, I realized that I had been changed. I wasn't the same Natasha Romanoff that had walked into the Red Room all those years ago. I wasn't just a weapon anymore. I was someone with a choice. I had a choice in how I lived, and maybe, just maybe, I could fight for something beyond the Red Room's control. Clint Barton didn't know it, but he had saved me, not just physically, but mentally. He had opened a door in my mind, one I had thought had been locked forever. And as much as I wanted to push him away, as much as I tried to keep my distance, I realized that I couldn't go back to the way things were. I couldn't go back to being just a killer. But there were forces out there that wanted me to stay the way I was. Forces that wanted me to remain a tool, a weapon. And those forces were far more dangerous than I could have ever imagined. The Red Room was not done with me yet. The more I distanced myself from its grip, the harder they tried to pull me back. They sent more agents after me, more people trained to take me down, to silence me. But I had changed, and the Black Widow was no longer just a name. It was a symbol of something more than just survival. It was a symbol of defiance. And as much as the Red Room wanted me back, I would never go willingly. The more I resisted, the harder they pushed. The Red Room didn't just let its assets walk away. No, that was never part of the plan. The moment I began to question my place in their world, they saw it as a threat, and when a threat emerged, they eliminated it. I had become a problem, a loose end they needed to tie up. For the first time, I understood the true extent of the Red Room's reach. They weren't just powerful in their training and their control over me. They had resources, connections, and enemies everywhere. No one was safe from their grip, not even me. They sent the highest level operatives after me, trained assassins who knew my every move, who were as skilled as I had once been. These were my peers, my brothers and sisters in arms, and they weren't hesitant. They were cold, calculating, and relentless. I was no longer just a soldier, I was a fugitive. The first encounter with one of these operatives happened in the middle of the night. I had been staying in a small out-of-the-way apartment in a city I hadn't visited in years, hoping for a few days of peace. But the knock on the door shattered that. I knew what was coming before I even heard the footsteps. I didn't wait for them to break the door down. I was already in motion. I moved through the apartment, grabbing what I could in a moment's notice. My gear, my weapons. There was no time for hesitation, no room for doubt. The Red Room was coming for me, and I wasn't going to make it easy for them. The fight didn't last long. I was faster, smarter, and better trained, but the operative, a man I had once known as a fellow agent, was no slouch. He knew my techniques. He had been trained to counter me. The battle between us was a blur of strikes and counters, each move calculated, each decision life or death. In the end, I was the one who walked away, but I didn't escape unscathed. A bullet grazed my shoulder, leaving me with a wound that would remind me of the past for days to come. It was a painful reminder that I couldn't outrun who I was. I couldn't outrun the people I had been. They would always come for me. The moment I escaped that encounter, I realized something important. I was running, yes, but I wasn't just running from the red. I was running from everything that it had made me. Every mission, every death, every lie I had told myself. They were all part of me now, part of the mask I had worn for years. I couldn't simply hide from it. I had to confront it, or it would be the end of me. But where did I go from there? Where did a woman like me go when she had nothing left to trust but herself? I couldn't return to Russia, not without putting everyone I loved in danger. I couldn't go back to the Black Widow I had been. I was no longer just an assassin. I was someone who had seen the cost of the life I had led. Someone who had touched the lives of others and had come to understand the consequences of my actions. I had to disappear, and so I spent the next few months in the shadows, moving from one location to the next, keeping a low profile, surviving. It wasn't easy. I was hunted not just by the Red Room, but by those who saw me as a tool, an asset to be used for their own purpose. They didn't care that I had become someone different. They didn't care that I was trying to escape. All they cared about was my skill, my expertise, and that's when I met him again. Clint Barton. I never expected to see him again. After the mission in which we had fought side by side, I assumed he would disappear into his own world, but he didn't. He found me, tracked me down, and instead of bringing me in, he helped me. He didn't know what I had been through. He didn't know what I was running from, but he saw someone who needed help. He didn't treat me like a weapon. He didn't treat me like an enemy. He saw me as a person, and for the first time in years, someone saw me for who I truly was, not the mask I had worn. Clint offered me something I didn't know I needed, a way out. I had always been alone. I had never truly trusted anyone, not in the way he trusted me, but Clint showed me something different. He showed me what it meant to fight for something more than just survival. For the first time, I thought maybe I could fight for something worth saving. With Clint by my side, I began to rebuild. It wasn't easy. The shadows of the Red Room still haunted me, and there were days when I didn't know if I could keep going. But I had him. I had someone who had chosen to stand by me, despite everything. For the first time in my life, I wasn't just fighting to survive. I was fighting for something, for redemption, for a chance at a life that wasn't defined by bloodshed and pain. But even then, the Red Room didn't let go that easily. The missions kept coming. The enemies kept tracking me. It wasn't just my past that was chasing me. It was the weight of every mistake I had made. And so my journey continued. I wasn't just running anymore. I was fighting for my freedom, for my future, and for the chance to finally escape the ghosts of the Red Room. Life didn't slow down for me, even when I tried to hide. It never did. The Red Room wasn't just a place in the past. It was a shadow that stretched far across the future, a constant reminder of the price I'd paid and the debts I owed. Every time I thought I'd found a moment of peace, another task would come, another mission, another enemy, another chance for the past to come crawling back to remind me of who I used to be. But things were different now. I had Clint. He wasn't just some fleeting ally. He was someone who understood. Someone who had walked the line between light and dark, just like I had. His presence in my life was a quiet anchor, a tether to something real, something human. But it wasn't just Clint who had become part of my world. There were others. People who, like me, were trying to leave behind a legacy of destruction, a family of misfits and lost souls. They didn't see me as the Black Widow, as the assassin. They saw me as Natasha, and for the first time in my life, I had a chance to be that person, to be someone who wasn't just defined by her past. But that wasn't to say the past wasn't still breathing down my neck. The Red Room wasn't just a training facility or a series of brutal missions. It was a machine, a system that operated on fear, manipulation, and the one thing I had fought my entire life to avoid, loyalty. And once you were a part of it, you didn't get out easily. They began to send others after me, operatives I had once known, people I had trained with, people I had fought beside. They weren't just targeting me anymore. They were targeting anyone I cared about. The moment I realized that, I knew I had no choice but to face the ghosts of my past head on. It wasn't just my life at stake anymore. It was Clint's. It was my chance at redemption. I couldn't let them take that away from me. One mission in particular would change everything. It was a setup, of course. The Red Room wasn't going to let me slip through their fingers so easily. They had been watching me, tracking my every move, learning my weaknesses. They had someone inside, someone I didn't know I could trust, and that's when I walked into a trap. I was sent to retrieve an asset, a piece of intelligence so valuable it could change the balance of power. But the mission was a lie. The people I thought I was working with, they were Red Room agents. The intel, it was a setup, designed to lure me into a confrontation with the worst of the worst. My former comrades, my brothers and sisters in arms. The battle that followed was unlike any I'd faced before. It wasn't just a fight for survival, it was a fight for everything I had worked for, every memory, every moment of peace I had struggled to build. And yet there was something different about this fight. I wasn't fighting for myself anymore. I was fighting for a future, for something bigger than the war I had waged with myself for so many years. Clint wasn't far behind me. He didn't hesitate. He didn't question. He was with me side by side, fighting against the very forces that had made me who I was. It was messy. It was brutal. But for the first time, I didn't feel alone. We fought like a team. We fought like a family. But not everyone made it out. The battle took its toll. I lost a lot that day. Friends, allies, and a part of myself that I didn't even know was still there. The weight of the losses crushed me, but it also solidified something in me. I wasn't just running anymore. I wasn't hiding from my past. I was confronting it, taking it head on, and slowly, painfully reshaping it into something better. I would never be the same person I was before the Red Room. I would never be the same person I was before the Black Widow. But that wasn't a weakness. That was my strength. The ability to change, to adapt, to fight for something other than survival. That was what made me different. That was what would allow me to move forward. And yet the Red Room was still out there. It was still hunting me, sending agents after me, trying to break me down, to pull me back into its grasp. But I had something now. I had people who cared about me. I had a reason to fight that wasn't about the past, but about the future. So I made a promise to myself that day. I would fight until I could destroy the Red Room once and for all. I would bring it down, piece by piece, and free every soul it had stolen. No one would ever have to suffer the way I had. But the road ahead was long. There were still battles to fight, enemies to face, and sometimes I still felt the weight of the past pressing down on me. But I wasn't alone anymore, and for the first time I believed that I could finally live for something more than just survival. Even after everything I'd been through, the hardest part of the journey was always the same, facing myself. Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw the Black Widow staring back at me. Not the woman I had become, but the weapon I had been trained to be. The mistakes, the lives I had taken, the choices I had made, they were all etched in my mind. The faces of those I had lost, the lives I had destroyed, they haunted me. The past wasn't just a series of events that happened to me. It was something I carried with me, like a weight I couldn't shake. And every time I thought I was free of it, It pulled me back in. I wasn't just running from the Red Room anymore. I was running from myself, but running was no longer an option. The mission had changed. The goal had evolved. I couldn't just survive anymore. I had to fight for redemption. Not just for me, but for everyone the Red Room had hurt. For everyone like me, trapped in that hell, forced to become something they weren't. The more I learned about what the Red Room had done, the more determined I became to tear it apart, piece by piece. But it wasn't as simple as walking into the heart of it and taking it down. The Red Room had its tendrils everywhere, in the shadows, in the darkest corners of the world. They had agents, spies, assets scattered across the globe. Every time I thought I was close, I'd uncover another layer of the organization, another set of lies, another betrayal. It felt like an endless battle, an unending war where the enemy had the advantage of knowing everything about me, everything about my weaknesses, my fears. But I wasn't the same person anymore. I wasn't just some pawn in their game. I wasn't the Black Widow they had made. I was Natasha Romanoff, and that small, stubborn part of me, the part that had survived everything, was what kept me going. I couldn't do it alone though. Clint, as much as he tried to help, couldn't fight this battle for me. He could support me, be by my side, but the war I was waging was one I had to fight myself. I didn't want to drag him into this, into the nightmare of my past. He deserved better than that. He deserved peace, but he wouldn't leave me. He wouldn't let me face this alone, and that's what made him more than just a friend. He was the family I had never known. I began to rely on him more than I had ever allowed myself to, but I knew that this fight, this war, was one that only I could win. I had learned from my mistake. The Black Widow wasn't just about killing or surviving anymore. It was about using the skills I had gained to bring about change. It was about taking down the Red Room, in the system that created me. I wasn't just dismantling an organization. I was breaking free from the cycle that had bound me. But it wasn't going to be easy. The Red Room wasn't just a shadowy organization. It was a legacy. It had roots in places I hadn't even begun to understand. Its influence was like a cancer, eating away at everything it touched. To bring it down, I had to go deeper, find its foundations, and expose the people who had profited from its darkness. The deeper I dug, the more I realized that the Red Room wasn't the only enemy. There were other forces out there, other players who had been using me, manipulating me, and I didn't even know their names. People who had orchestrated the chaos from the beginning. But I wasn't afraid. This was my fight now, and it was time to stop hiding. I knew I had to take down the Red Room, for good, but it wasn't just about stopping them. It was about making sure no one else had to live the way I had. It was about erasing their legacy, making sure they couldn't create more weapons like me. More kids, more souls lost in the name of power and control. The first major step came when I learned of a secret facility, one that had been left hidden for years. It was the heart of the Red Room's operations, where the original agents were trained, where the next generation of operatives was being raised. It wasn't just a training ground, it was a lab, a breeding ground for the perfect soldier. Clint and I infiltrated the facility together, knowing full well that it might be a one-way trip. But the deeper we got, the more I realized that this wasn't just a mission. This was my chance to destroy everything they had built, to end it once and for all. The mission wasn't easy, it never was, but there was something different this time. The Red Room didn't own me anymore. I wasn't just following orders, I was making my own decisions. I was choosing my own path. We fought our way through the facility, facing enemies I knew all too well, former allies, former soldiers. I didn't want to kill them. I didn't want to keep fighting people who had been made to do the same things I had. But I knew I had no choice. When we finally reached the heart of the facility, the truth hit me harder than I ever expected. The people behind the Red Room weren't just criminal. They were powerful, entrenched in governments and corporations, pulling strings behind the scenes, and they weren't going to let me walk away. They had too much to lose, but that didn't matter. I was no longer just a tool. I wasn't going to be their weapon anymore. I was going to bring it all down, no matter the cost. We had broken through their defenses, but we hadn't won yet. The facility was a fortress, each room a layer of security, each hall a maze of traps and false leads. Every corner we turned, there was a new fight, more enemy, more memories of the people I used to be, of the children they had trained to become like me, deadly efficient, emotionless. And every time I took down another agent, another trained assassin, a part of me whispered, what if this could have been me? What if I had never broken free? But there was no time for second guessing. The deeper we went into the heart of the Red Room, the closer we got to the truth about what it had all been for. The Red Room had never been just a training ground. It was a system, a machine, designed to control and manipulate, to breed weapons that could be used for anything that the people behind it wanted. The more I learned about the facility, the more I understood that I had been a small part of a much larger plan. The Red Room wasn't just a place for creating soldiers, it was a place for creating influence. It wasn't just about controlling individuals like me, it was about controlling entire nations, using the people they turned into operatives to do their bidding in the shadow. Governments, corporations, politicians, all of them had been pawns in a much bigger game, and the people running the Red Room were the puppet masters. I couldn't let this go on any longer. We reached the central command center of the facility. It was there that everything came together. The names, the faces, the connections. It wasn't just the Red Room that had been controlling everything. There were other organizations, other people involved, powerful people. The Red Room was just one arm of a vast web of influence, one thread in a network of corruption that reached into the highest echelons of power. They weren't just creating assassins, they were creating an army of people like me, trained to infiltrate, to manipulate, to destroy from the inside. And they had done it for years, quietly, methodically, until they had built a power structure that was impossible to topple. But I wasn't going to let them win. We moved through the command center, disabling security systems, taking down guards, but it wasn't enough. The deeper we went, the more I felt the walls closing in. I had been here before, too many times before, trapped, alone, but not this time. This time I had something I had never had before. Control. I wasn't a prisoner anymore. I wasn't a pawn. I was Natasha Romanoff, and I had a mission, and no matter what it took, no matter the cost, I was going to finish it. Finally we reached the heart of the operation, the main control room. Inside there were people, scientists, analysts, officers, all working on the next generation of agents, the next phase of the Red Room's agenda. And there, sitting in the center of it all, was the mastermind behind it all. A woman. Her face was familiar, though I couldn't place where I had seen her before. She was calm, collected, as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Her gaze didn't even flinch when she saw me. She had seen hundreds like me before. She knew what I was. She knew what I could do. "You're too late," she said, her voice smooth, like she had been expecting this moment for years. "You always were, Natasha. You think you can stop it. You think you can destroy everything we've built." I didn't respond. I couldn't. There was nothing to say. She had spent her life building this empire, and she had no idea what it was like to be free, truly free. "You've been nothing but a tool for us," she continued, her smile icy and knowing. "You were never meant to be anything else. You were a weapon, nothing more. The moment you were born, you were ours. She was right. I had been hers, but I was no longer anyone's tool. The fight that followed was intense. She wasn't just a mastermind behind the scenes. She was trained, just like me, just like the other operatives, and she had no hesitation. She fought with precision, with a coldness that reminded me of the person I had once been. But I was different now. I had something she didn't. The ability to We clashed in the center of the command room, our movements quick and sharp, each one a strike against the past, against everything she had made me, and in that moment, I knew what I had to do. This wasn't just a battle for control, it was a battle for freedom. The freedom of everyone who had ever been caught in the Red Room's grip. I took her down, not just with my fists, but with my will, the will to break free, to destroy everything she had created. When it was over, I stood there panting, looking at the woman who had orchestrated so much pain, so much destruction, and as the facility around me began to collapse, I realized that I had done it. I had finally destroyed the Red Room. But even as the walls came down, even as the control room crumbled into dust, I knew the battle wasn't truly over. The Red Room was a symbol, but it was only a piece of a much larger machine. The forces that had created it, the people who had supported it, were still out there. The fight was only beginning, but for the first time, I didn't feel trapped. I felt free. The collapse of the Red Room didn't bring the peace I had hoped for. In fact, it only created more questions. Questions that lingered in the silence after the smoke cleared. I had taken down the facility, destroyed its heart, but I had barely scratched the surface of the vast network that had fueled it. The Red Room wasn't just one place, one operation. It was an ideology, a twisted system of control that had permeated much more than I ever realized. The people behind it, the organizations that had supported it, they were still out there, and they wouldn't go down quietly. For a moment I let myself feel the weight of what I had accomplished. I had freed countless people from the horrors of the Red Room. I had brought down the thing that had shaped my life for so long. But that moment of victory was fleeting, because as the dust settled, I realized just how much I had lost. The world hadn't changed because of my action. The people I had hurt, the lives I had taken, those were things I couldn't undo. No matter how many facilities I destroyed, no matter how many agents I brought down, I couldn't change the past. I couldn't change what I had become. Clint and I had been through so much together, but even he couldn't understand what I was going through. How could he? He had never been through what I had. He hadn't been raised as a weapon, trained to kill without mercy. He didn't carry the weight of every life I had ended, every betrayal I had committed. I had tried to distance myself from all of that, but the memories still haunted me. I had no answers, no easy way out. I left Clint behind for a while. I couldn't drag him into this, not when I was still trying to figure out who I was, what I was. I needed time to process everything that had happened, time to figure out what came next. I went off the grid, staying in places where I couldn't be found, where the past wouldn't come chasing me. I didn't want to be a hero. I didn't want to be a soldier. I just wanted to be Natasha. But the world didn't let me have that. No matter how much I tried to walk away from it all, I couldn't escape the life that had been forced upon me. It wasn't long before the world started knocking on my door. The people who had been in the shadows, the people who had enabled the Red Room, they weren't going to let me go that easily. They wanted to control me again. They wanted me to be their asset, their weapon, and they weren't going to give up until they got what they wanted. I couldn't run forever. I knew that, but I wasn't going to be anyone's pawn again. Not after everything I had fought for, not after everything I had lost. The first job came quietly, a whisper in the wind. It wasn't a threat, it was an invitation. A task that seemed simple at first. Retrieve a piece of intel from a high-ranking government official, one who had once been connected to the Red Room's web of influence. I didn't want to take the job. I didn't want to be pulled back into this world, but I didn't have much of a choice. The mission led me to a remote location, deep in the heart of Eastern Europe. I was supposed to extract the information and disappear, but when I arrived I found something far more dangerous than I had anticipated. The people behind the Red Room weren't just trying to manipulate governments anymore, they were trying to take control of the world itself. They had created a network, an underground movement, working in the shadows to control everything from global politics to major corporations. And they had a new weapon, people like me, people who had been trained by the Red Room, but who were now being used for something far darker. The more I dug, the more I realized that the Red Room's legacy wasn't just about creating assassins, it was about creating a global web of influence, a network that could control the very fabric of the world. This wasn't just about me anymore. This wasn't just about destroying the Red Room. This was about stopping something that could change the world forever. I couldn't do it alone. I knew that. The people I had fought alongside before, Clint, the allies I had made, they were the only ones who could help me take down this new threat. But I knew it wouldn't be easy. This was bigger than anything I had faced before. It was the culmination of everything the Red Room had built, and if I didn't stop it, it would consume everything. I wasn't just fighting for my past anymore. I wasn't just fighting for redemption. I was fighting for a future, for a world that hadn't been tainted by the things I had been forced to do. For the first time, I wasn't fighting for survival. I was fighting for something worth saving. But this fight was going to take everything I had. I didn't know where the road would lead, but I knew one thing. I wasn't walking it alone anymore. I had made my choices. I had found my path, and I would keep fighting no matter what it took. I couldn't fight this battle alone. I had learned that the hard way. The last time I tried to carry the weight of the world on my shoulders, I nearly broke under the pressure, but I wasn't the same person I had been before. I had a purpose now. I had a goal, and I wasn't going to let anyone, not even the ghosts of my past, take that away from me. But taking down an operation like the one I had uncovered wasn't going to be simple. The people behind this new movement, the ones who had learned from the mistakes of the Red Room and expanded their reach, weren't just powerful, they were everywhere. Their influence stretched across governments, organizations, and even the highest levels of corporation. They were pulling strings from the shadows, shaping the world without anyone realizing it. I needed help. But I couldn't turn to just anyone. I needed people who understood the stakes, people who had seen the same darkness I had, and that's where Clint came in. He didn't hesitate when I called him. I didn't expect him to. Clint Barton had been there for me in the past, and he would be there again. But this time it wasn't just about saving me, it was about saving the world, or at least stopping the forces that wanted to destroy it from the inside out. I knew I needed more than just Clint. I needed people who had experience with the kind of power we were up against. I needed people who could fight in ways I couldn't. People who could help me uncover the full extent of the web we were tangled in. So I reached out to the only allies I had left. Former spies, agents and operatives who had all once fought for the wrong side, but who had since found their own redemption. They were the ones who understood that this battle wasn't just about physical combat. It was about knowledge, strategy, and being one step ahead of an enemy who would stop at nothing to get what they wanted. The first one I found was Melina Vostokoff. I had worked with her in the past, and though we weren't friends, she knew the game. She had been in the Red Room too, and unlike me, she had embraced her role as one of their top agents. But when the walls came down and she saw the full picture, she turned her back on them. Melina was a tactical genius, and her knowledge of the Red Room's inner workings was invaluable. She didn't trust me, and I didn't trust her, but we both had one thing in common. We wanted the Red Room gone. Next, I contacted Yelena Belova. She was younger than me, but she had been trained just as ruthlessly in the Red Room, and she had been given the same mission I had once been, to become the perfect weapon. I had seen her on missions, but I didn't know her well. Still, I knew that if anyone had the same fire in their gut to take down the Red Room as I did, it was her. We had our differences, but that didn't matter. We were fighting the same war, and so our ragtag team was formed. Clint, Melina, Yelena, and 4 people, all from different backgrounds, with different motivations, but united by the same goal, to take down the people who had created us, who had turned us into nothing but weapons for their own gain. But forming an alliance was the easy part. The real challenge was finding out who was behind everything, and how we could take them down. We had a plan, but it wasn't going to be enough just to disrupt the operation. We had to hit them at the core, take out the leadership, and expose their network to the world. As we dug deeper into the conspiracy, the more I realized how connected everything was. The people who had orchestrated the Red Room's rise had their hands in every major global conflict, every shadowy deal. They controlled the world in ways that no one could see, and every time we thought we had a lead, it turned into a dead end. We were always one step behind, but we didn't give up. We couldn't. There were too many lives at stake, too many people who were suffering because of what these people had done. We fought. We strategized, and we pressed on, even when the odds seemed insurmountable. Our first major move came when we infiltrated a major arms deal. The group behind the Red Room was selling weapons to the highest bidder, fueling wars across the world, and generating profit at the cost of countless lives. It was the kind of thing that seemed impossible to stop, but it was a chance, a small window of opportunity, and if we didn't take it, we might never get another. We attacked during the deal. It was chaotic, fast, and brutal, but we had the element of surprise, and we used it to our advantage. Melina disabled the security systems, Yelena took out the guards, and Clint and I handled the rest. We didn't get everything we needed, but we did manage to capture one of their top lieutenants. It wasn't much, but it was a start. That night, as we interrogated our prisoner, we learned more than we had hoped for. We learned that the people behind the Red Room weren't just operating in the shadows. They were connected to everything. Governments, financial institutions, intelligence agencies. They were the ones who had been pulling the strings behind every major global event, and they had plans to escalate things further, to push the world into a new era, one that they would control. That was when I realized just how big this fight had become. It wasn't just about taking down the Red Room anymore. It was about stopping a global conspiracy that had been manipulating everything from behind the scenes, and we were the only ones who could stop it. The deeper we dug into the conspiracy, the more I realized just how far the web of corruption stretched. Every step we took forward felt like we were just getting closer to the heart of a beast, one that had been silently shaping the world for decades. And the worst part, it wasn't just a handful of powerful men and women pulling the strings. It was an entire system built on secrecy, manipulation, and control. The kind of system that couldn't be taken down easily. The lieutenant we had captured had been useful, but the more we learned, the more I understood that there was still so much more we didn't know. The people behind the Red Room were far more entrenched than we had ever imagined. They were connected to every major conflict, every political shift, every military move. This wasn't just about assassins. This wasn't even about power for the sake of power. It was about control, global control, down to the smallest detail. Every war, every act of chaos had been orchestrated to serve a larger purpose. We were up against a machine that had been built over decades, possibly even centuries, and now it was closer to achieving its final goal than ever before. But the deeper we went, the more dangerous it became. The lies we had been fed all our lives were starting to unravel, and the people behind this network had no intention of losing their grip. They knew what we were after, and they would do anything to protect their secret. I didn't know who to trust anymore. The lines had blurred too much, and the people we thought were our allies might just be part of the larger game. Everyone had their own agenda, their own reasons for doing what they did, but at this point it didn't matter. The stakes had gotten too high. We were in this together, and we had no choice but to keep moving forward. Our next lead took us to a high-security facility deep in the mountains of Eastern Europe. It was said to be a research lab, one where the Red Room's final experiments were being carried out. But the more we uncovered, the more we realized that it wasn't just about the training anymore. The experiments weren't just physical, they were psychological. They were using advanced technology, mind control and manipulation to create the perfect soldiers. Soldiers who would never question their orders. Soldiers who would follow blindly, no matter what. We had seen it before, back in the Red Room, how they broke us down, erased our identities, turned us into nothing but tools for war. But this was different. They had taken it to a new level. These were soldiers who didn't even know they were being controlled. They had been conditioned from birth to follow the program, to serve the agenda without question. The more we learned about what was happening in that facility, the more I realized that I had been just the beginning. The Red Room's true plan wasn't just to create assassins. It was to create an army of mindless, perfect soldiers, capable of carrying out any order, no matter how brutal or immoral. And they were almost ready to deploy them. We had to act quickly. Time was running out. The facility was well guarded, but we had a plan. Clint, Melina, Yelena, and I all had our roles to play. Clint and I would infiltrate the outer defenses, while Melina and Yelena would handle the inner security. Our mission was simple: get inside, disable their operations, and free anyone who had been taken as part of the experiments. But it wasn't going to be easy. Every step we took was a risk, and the stakes couldn't have been high. We made our way into the facility under cover of night, moving swiftly and silently through the perimeter. We took down guards, sabotaged surveillance, and made our way to the heart of the operation. But the deeper we got, the more I realized that we weren't just dealing with soldiers anymore. We were dealing with people who had been manipulated and twisted into something else. They weren't just fighting for survival, they were fighting for their own freedom, a freedom they didn't even know they had lost. We found them in the heart of the facility. Children, young adults, all conditioned to be perfect soldiers, with no knowledge of who they really were. They had been programmed, their memories wiped, their personality erased. They were just shells of the people they could have. It was heartbreaking, but we couldn't stop now. We had to end it. Melina and Yelena worked quickly, setting up explosives to disable the facility's power systems, while Clint and I went to work freeing the soldier. The air was thick with tension, a ticking clock reminding us that the longer we stayed in the facility, the more danger we were in. The explosion came when we least expected it. We had just begun evacuating the soldiers when the facility's security systems kicked in, and the facility's backup defense protocols went live. We had been too late. The chaos that followed was more than I could have anticipated. The backup soldiers, the ones who hadn't been conditioned like the others, came at us full force. They were armed, trained, and they had the element of surprise on their side. The firefight was brutal, the facility collapsing around us, the sound of gunfire and explosions drowning out everything else. In the midst of it all, I found myself facing the person I had feared most, the one who had been behind it all, the leader of the operation, the one who had been pulling the strings for decades. And as I looked into their eyes, I realized something. This wasn't just a fight for survival. This was a fight for freedom. Freedom for everyone who had been manipulated, controlled, and turned into weapons. This time I wasn't going to run. This time I was going to destroy them. The Chaos was everywhere. The facility that had once been a silent monument to the Red Room's twisted legacy was now crumbling, its walls and floors breaking apart as the explosions we set in motion triggered more destruction. But in that moment, as the sound of gunfire echoed through the halls and the building groaned under the pressure, I could hear only one thing: the footsteps of the leader who had orchestrated everything, the puppet master who had created this nightmare. They were standing before me now, watching the destruction unfold, calm as ever. I couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. For years I had been chasing shadows, chasing the remnants of this system, but standing before me was the one who had kept it all together, the one who had controlled every move I made, every decision I thought I had made for myself. I had faced so many enemies in my life, but this one was different. This was the one who had shaped me, who had turned me into a weapon, who had manipulated me since the beginning. They were the one I had been fighting against this whole time, but now it felt like all the years of pain and loss were about to come to a head. "You look surprised," they said, their voice calm measured. "Did you really think you could bring down an operation like this without facing the person at the top?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. I was too angry, too tired. This person, they were the reason I had spent my entire life running. The reason I had never known peace. They had taken everything from me and turned me into something else. "You were always just a tool to me, Natasha," they continued. "I knew your potential before you ever did. You were born for this. You were born to be one of the greatest weapons in the world. And look at you now, a soldier who thinks she can walk away from it all." I clenched my fists, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't need their words to remind me of what I had been. I didn't need them to rub it in my face. What I needed was to end it. "I'm not your tool anymore," I said, my voice steady, though it felt like I was holding back the fury inside. "I'm done being a weapon for you, done being anyone's puppet." The leader smiled, a cold, calculating smile. They didn't seem threatened. In fact, it was almost as if they were enjoying this. "You never were in control, Natasha. You just never realized it. You think you've won, that you can destroy this operation, destroy me. You'll always be part of it. You always were." I took a step forward, my eyes locked on theirs. Not anymore. I didn't hesitate. I didn't act it. The fight was brutal. This wasn't just some unarmed confrontation. This was a battle between two people who had been trained, who had been created to destroy. The leader was strong, capable. They were everything I had been taught to be, and then some. But there was one thing they didn't have: the will to be free. I had fought for freedom my entire life, and I wasn't going to let them take it from me now. Every strike I threw, every move I made, was an expression of everything I had fought for. This wasn't just about stopping the Red Room anymore. This was about ending the system that had created me, and taking down the one who had controlled me all these years. I fought harder than I ever had before. This wasn't just physical combat. This was a war within myself, between the woman I had become and the weapon I had been. With every punch, with every move, I felt myself shedding more of the past. It wasn't just about defeating the lead, it was about defeating everything they had made me. In the end, it was a single strike that ended it all. I could see it in their eyes, the realization that they were about to lose everything. They had underestimated me, underestimated the power of my resolve. The building around us was falling apart, collapsing. But I didn't care. I didn't care about anything except the fight, the battle for my freedom. And when it was over, when the dust finally settled, I stood over them breathing heavily. The leader was down. Their empire was crumbling. The system that had created me was on the verge of collapse. But I knew the fight wasn't over. Not yet. The truth was, I had never been fighting for just one victory. The world I had been fighting against wasn't going to go down quietly. This was just one battle in a much larger war. The Red Room had fallen, but its influence was still there. The network of power, the manipulation, The control, it was still out there, and I wasn't done yet. We had freed the soldiers from the facility, and we had exposed some of the truth. But there was more to uncover, more to dismantle, more to destroy. I wasn't just going to stop because I had taken down one person. I had to keep going, for every life they had destroyed, for every soul they had warped, for every person who had been turned into a tool. But for now, as I looked at the destruction around me, the remains of the Red Room's operation, I allowed myself one brief moment of peace. I had done it. I had fought back. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't just surviving, I was living. Even after everything I had done, taking down the facility, dismantling the heart of the operation, I felt no sense of closure. The leader was gone. Yes, but that wasn't the end. It couldn't be. I knew how these things worked. The real enemy, the true system of control, was still out there, hidden in the shadows. And as long as that system existed, the world I had been fighting for would remain just out of reach. I looked at the rubble of the Red Room facility, the crumbling walls, broken pieces of a legacy that had shaped my entire existence, and I felt a mix of satisfaction and emptiness. The battle had been won, but the war wasn't over. There were still so many pieces left to fall into place, so many people to stop, so many lives to save. Clint had stayed by my side through all of it. I don't know how he managed to keep up with me, how he could stand to watch everything I went through, but he was there, through the explosions, through the pain, through the blood. He was the one person I could trust in a world that had shown me so little trust, and though he had his own demons, his own past, he wasn't the kind of person to turn his back on a fight, not when it mattered. And then there was Melina, Yelena, my allies, my team. We weren't just a group of people working towards a common goal anymore. We had become something more. We had become a family, and as much as I had been afraid of that, of letting people in, of caring too much, I realized I couldn't do this without them. I didn't want to, but the closer we got to the truth, the more dangerous it became. The people behind the Red Room, the ones who had trained us, who had manipulated entire governments, were not going to just roll over and let us dismantle their operation. They had a plan, a vision, a mission that they would fight for until the very end. We had just begun to scratch the surface. The intel we had gathered from the facility gave us some insight into their operations, but it wasn't enough. The more we uncovered, the clearer it became that the Red Room's influence was just one piece of a much larger puzzle. We had to act fast. We couldn't let them regroup, couldn't let them build their next move in secret. Our next step was clear. We had to expose the truth to the world. The people who had been controlling everything needed to be exposed. Their network broken apart, their power stripped away, but exposing them meant taking on the full force of their operation. And as much as I hated to admit it, I knew I couldn't do it alone. I needed Clint, Melina, Yelena, but more than that, I needed to form new alliances. I needed the help of people who had influence in places we couldn't reach, people who had the resources and the ability to fight the forces that we couldn't touch. I turned to an old contact, someone I had worked with in the past, though not always on the right side of things. Maria Hill. She was connected. Someone who understood how deep the corruption went, someone who knew how to get things done in the shadows. She didn't trust me, and I didn't trust her, but I knew she could help us. She wasn't easy to convince, but when I told her what we had uncovered, when I showed her the scope of the conspiracy, She didn't hesitate. She understood exactly what we were up against. She had her own reasons for wanting to bring down the people in charge, and I knew if we could get her on our side, we could make a difference. We worked together to gather intel, make connections, and begin infiltrating the parts of the operation we couldn't reach on our own. Every move we made was risky, but every day we got closer to finding the true heart of this operation. The people we were going after weren't just corrupt politicians or military officials. They were the architects of the world's power, the ones who had used every conflict, every war, as a means to manipulate and control, and they weren't going down without a fight. Our first move was to expose one of their most powerful assets, a high-ranking corporate tycoon who had been laundering money for the operation, funding their wars, and fueling the very conflicts that had torn the world apart. His name was Victor Rasputin, and he was a ghost, a shadow in the world of high finance, hidden behind layers of legitimacy and power. But we had the proof, and we weren't going to let him get away with it. We hit his compound hard, taking down guards and disabling security systems, all while we worked to extract the information we needed. It wasn't easy. Rasputin wasn't going to go down without a fight, but we had the upper hand, we had the knowledge, and we had each other. In the end, it was Clint who took Rasputin down, his accuracy and quick thinking turning the tide. But even as the man fell, I knew this wasn't the end. It wasn't even close. Rasputin was just a cog in a much larger machine, and we had only begun to understand how deep it ran. The deeper we went, the more enemies we made, the more we realized just how far-reaching this conspiracy was. We had to stay ahead of them, keep our movements hidden, keep our intentions secret, because if they found out what we were planning, if they realized we were coming for them, they would stop at nothing to destroy us. But we couldn't stop now. We were in this for the long haul, and I wasn't going to let anything get in the way of bringing down the people who had controlled my life for so long. The reckoning had begun. The deeper we dug, the more dangerous the game became. It wasn't just about taking down one corrupt individual or one criminal network. This wasn't some small-time operation we were dealing with. The people we were fighting against had their fingers in every pie. Government, media, finance, even intelligence agencies. They were everywhere. And as we took down one piece of their operation, two more seemed to appear in its place. We had the proof now. Victor Rasputin had been a major player in the global conspiracy, a financier of wars, a manipulator of markets, and a key figure in the larger network. But Rasputin was just one part of a much bigger puzzle, and he wasn't even close to being the most dangerous player we had to face. His connections to the upper echelons of power were vast, but they were just a small piece of the whole. With Maria Hill's help, we gained access to more information, more names. The Red Room's connections ran far deeper than I ever could have imagined. We began to uncover the people who had funded the operation, the ones who had been pulling the strings from behind the scenes. They weren't just high-ranking military officials or corporate moguls. These were people with real power, shadowy figures who controlled entire nations with a few whispered words, a few well-placed bribes. They had become so entrenched in the fabric of the world that the more we learned, the more hopeless it seemed. Every new piece of information led to more questions, and with each new question, the target on our backs grew bigger. But I couldn't stop. I couldn't let the people who had shaped my life, who had used me and destroyed so many others like me, go free. This wasn't just a mission. This was my life's work now. I had to finish what I had started. We made a bold move when we infiltrated one of the highest levels of the conspiracy's operation, a meeting between top officials in the global intelligence community and high-ranking private security contractors who had been working with the Red Room. The intel was shaky, but the opportunity was too good to pass up. If we could expose this meeting, we could expose the entire network. We had our strategy. Clint, Melina, Yelena, and I would be in and out, get the intel, take down the key players, and leave before anyone knew what had happened. But as always, things didn't go as planned. The moment we entered the facility, we knew something was off. The security was tighter than we expected. The guards were more alert. They knew we were coming. It wasn't just a trap, it was a massacre. We fought our way through the compound, taking down the guards as quickly as we could, but we were outnumbered. They had expected us. They knew we were coming. It was Clint's sharp instincts and Melina's expertise with tech that kept us alive long enough to retrieve the We'd made it in, and we had what we needed, but it came at a cost. Yelena had been injured in the fight, caught in the crossfire of a firefight. It was a flesh wound, but it slowed us down, and it was a reminder. This wasn't just about taking down names and breaking codes. This was about lives, our lives, and the lives of everyone who had been caught in the crossfire of this hidden war. As we retreated to our safe house, the weight of what we had uncovered hit me harder than anything before. The names we had in our hands, the evidence we had gained were more damning than anything we had hoped for. We had the proof. The world would finally see the truth, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that the people behind this weren't gonna stop until they silenced us for good. The conspirators didn't just want to control the world, they wanted to reshape it in their image. They had no qualms about using violence, manipulation, or war to get what they wanted. They saw themselves as the rulers of the world, the architects of a new order, and the Red Room had been their greatest tool in creating that order. We had to expose them before it was too late, but the more we tried to go public, the more we realized that the world wasn't ready for the truth. They had too much control, too many resources, too many people in power to let something like this slip through the cracks. The media was controlled, governments were influenced, the general public wouldn't believe the scale of the corruption we were exposing, and that's when it hit me. We had to hit them where it hurt, not just in their operations, not just in their finances, but in their credibility. We had to tear apart the very system they had built to keep the world blind to their machinations. Clint, Melina, Yelena, and I sat down, forming a plan that would take us to the highest levels of their operation, the global institutions that kept their empire in place. We weren't just going to expose the conspiracy, we were going to destroy it. It wasn't going to be easy, it wasn't going to be quick, but I knew one thing: we had the truth, and that was more powerful than any weapon they could throw at us. And so we began the next phase of our mission, the real fight, the fight for the future. The more we delved into the conspiracy, the clearer it became. The fight had evolved from something personal into something much larger. This wasn't just about my past anymore. It wasn't just about tearing down the people who had controlled me. It was about something bigger, the very foundation of the world we lived in. This was a fight for the future. I knew we had to act fast. The people we were up against weren't just going to sit idly by while we exposed their operation. They had the resources, the power, and the influence to shut us down, and they would stop at nothing to protect their carefully constructed empire. We had the evidence, we had names, documents, even videos that proved the extent of the conspiracy. But getting it out to the world, making sure it reached the right people, was going to be the hardest part. We weren't just fighting against powerful individuals anymore. We were fighting an entire system, a global network that had spent decades manipulating everything, from politics to the economy to international relations. We couldn't take them down in the traditional sense. It wasn't enough to expose them. We had to disrupt their operations at the core. We had to hit them where it would hurt the most. their influence. I knew that this wasn't going to be easy, but nothing in my life had ever been easy. The Red Room hadn't been easy. Running from the past hadn't been easy. And now exposing the truth, it wouldn't be easy either, but it was the only way forward. Clint, Melina, Yelena, and I gathered in our safe house, poring over the data we had. Every move we made was calculated, every decision weighed carefully. We knew that if we failed, it wouldn't just be our lives on the line, it would be the lives of millions. The world was unknowingly teetering on the edge, controlled by a shadowy group of people who had their hands in everything, from governments to corporations to media, and it was time to expose them for what they truly were. We had a plan. It wasn't perfect, but it was the best we had. First, we needed to make sure the evidence we had was seen by the right people, people who had the power to make a change. But we couldn't just rely on traditional channels. If we did that, we would never get the truth out. The system was too entrenched, too connected. We had to bypass, we had to go straight to the people. Maria Hill had connected us with a group of independent journalists, people who weren't afraid to dig deeper, to expose the truth, no matter the consequences. They were our wild card. If anyone could get the information out to the world without being silenced, it was them. While the journalists worked on getting the story out, Clint, Melina, Yelena, and I focused on the second part of the plan, taking down the financial backbone of the operation. The conspiracy wasn't just about controlling governments or manipulating media. It was about controlling money, funding wars, bribing officials, and using global financial institutions to keep their power intact. We targeted their biggest asset, a global investment firm that had been funneling money into covert operations for years. It was the lifeblood of the conspiracy, the source of their power. If we could take it down, we could disrupt their entire operation. The infiltration wasn't easy. It took everything we had: skill, patience, and precision. We had to be careful. One wrong move, one slip up, and we would be exposed. But we had come too far to back down now. The night we executed the plan, everything fell into place. Clint, with his unrivaled skill, disabled the security systems. Melina and Yelena broke into the firm's secure servers, extracting files and evidence that would unravel the entire conspiracy. And I made sure the cleanup was handled. We couldn't afford any loose ends. When we had everything, we destroyed the servers. We burned the files. We left nothing behind. It was a risk, but it was necessary. We couldn't leave any trace of the conspiracy behind for them to rebuild from. It had to be gone, wiped out completely. The following days were a blur. As the independent journalists began publishing the information, the world reacted in shock. The conspiracy that had controlled governments, manipulated wars, and shaped the world's economy for decades was being exposed for all to see. The evidence was irrefutable, the names undeniable. It was a seismic shift, one that sent shockwaves through the global order, but the people we were up against weren't going to go down without a fight. In the wake of the expose, they made their move. They attempted to silence the journalists, cover their tracks, and stop the information from spreading. They weren't going to let the world see the truth, not without trying to destroy us first. We were ready. We had prepared for this moment. We had planned for every contingency. And as the world watched, we moved. We took down their communications. We dismantled their remaining assets. And we ensured that no one, no matter how powerful, could stop us from finishing what we had started. The leaders of the conspiracy were arrested. Their assets were frozen. And the world was finally waking up to the truth of what had been happening in the shadows for so long. But even as I stood there watching everything unfold, I knew the fight wasn't truly over. The web of corruption had been unraveled, but there were still remnants, fragments of the conspiracy scattered across the world. It was a long road ahead, but we had taken the first step. For the first time in my life, I felt a glimmer of hope. The world was finally seeing the truth, and no one, not even the people who had controlled it all, could hide from it anymore. We had won. dust had barely settled, and already the world was changing. The global conspiracy we had fought so hard to expose was unraveling before our eyes. Governments were scrambling, corporations were collapsing, and the leaders who had pulled the strings for so long were finally being held accountable. For a brief moment, I allowed myself to feel the weight of that victory. It wasn't just a personal triumph, it was a victory for everyone who had been controlled, manipulated, and used. It was the beginning of a new era. But even as the world celebrated the downfall of those who had pulled the strings, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still missing. The Red Room's fall had been monumental. Yes, the conspiracy had been exposed, and the global order had been shaken to its core. But the scars we had all carried, the pain, the years of manipulation, the lives we had taken, weren't going to just disappear because of some headline. I couldn't escape it. The cost of everything we had done was written on every face, on every decision. There was no peace for someone like me. I had fought for the greater good, yes, but at what cost? What had I really gained? Clint, Melina, Yelena, and I had spent so many months working together, pushing ourselves to the brink, never knowing if we'd make it out alive. We'd destroyed the systems that had controlled us, yes, but we couldn't erase the past. We couldn't erase what had been done to us, to the people who had been caught in the web of lies and manipulation. There were too many ghosts, too many people left in the wake of the destruction, and as much as I wanted to believe that this was the end, I knew Clint seemed to understand that. He was the one person who knew what it was like to carry the weight of a past full of mistakes, full of pain. We never really talked about the scars we carried, but we didn't need to. We had each other, and that was it was the closest thing to peace I had ever known. But I wasn't ready to settle, not yet, not after everything I had fought for. The world was in chaos, but it was a chaos I could fix. I could use what I had learned, what I had become, to help people, to make sure that no one else would have to go through what I had. I didn't want to just survive anymore. I wanted to help others escape the same fate. I had taken down the system, but now it was time to build something new. But where did I even begin? There were too many wounds, too many people who had been broken by the same system that had broken me. We couldn't fix everything overnight, but I could be a part of something better. I had to believe that. I wasn't sure what my role was in this new world. I had spent so many years in the shadows, so many years fighting against the system, that I wasn't sure how to live outside of it. I had always been a weapon. Now I needed to figure out how to be something more. Melina was the first to ask me what came next. She had always been the strategist, the one who saw the bigger picture. She had her own plans, her own goals. She wanted to help rebuild what had been broken, but she didn't know how to begin. "I'm not sure where to start," she admitted one night, as we sat around the table, the remnants of our latest mission scattered across the room. "But I know we can't let this fall apart. There are too many people depending on us, on you." I shook my head. "I can't save everyone. I can't fix everything." "You don't have to," Melina replied, her eyes sharp with determination. "But you can help. We can help." Her words hit me harder than I expected. She was right, of course. I couldn't fix everything, but I could do something. I could make a difference, even if it was just one small piece at a time. That was the least I owed the world. Yelena, who had been quiet for most of the conversation, spoke up. "We're not done yet, Natasha. There's still work to do. There are still people out there who need our help." I could see the fire in her eyes. Yelena had grown in ways I hadn't expected, and she wasn't just looking for revenge anymore. She was looking for purpose, for meaning in a world that had been built on lies. She was ready to fight for something real. And then there was Clint. He had been with me through everything, but even he knew that I wasn't going to stop now. He didn't have to say anything. His presence was enough. He was here. We were all here, and that was more than I had ever expected. Together we began to rebuild. It wasn't easy. It wasn't fast. but we made progress. We started small, working with local governments, exposing the remnants of the conspiracy that still existed in the shadows. We helped the people who had been hurt by the system, offering them a way out, a chance at a new life. And as the months passed, as the world slowly began to heal, I realized that this was what I had been fighting for. This wasn't just about exposing the truth. This was about giving people hope, giving them something they had been denied for far too long. I would never escape my past. I knew that, but I didn't have to let it define me. I had spent my life fighting, surviving, trying to outrun my mistakes, but now for the first time, I was choosing to fight for something better, for the future, and for the first time, I felt like I could breathe. The months after the exposure of the conspiracy felt like both a blur and a lifetime. The world had changed. But change didn't come without its struggles. The global fallout was immense. And even though the people behind the Red Room's network had been exposed, the chaos they had created didn't just disappear. Governments were overthrown, alliances shifted, and power structures crumbled under the weight of the revelation. But all of this was just the beginning. I had spent so much of my life running from the past, from the darkness that had shaped me, that I didn't know how to face it now. The idea of rebuilding seemed so simple on paper. Expose the truth, dismantle the networks, give the world a chance to heal. But in reality, it was far more complicated. The scars of the past, the ones I carried, were still there, and I wasn't sure how to heal them. I had spent my entire life in the shadows. My identity, my humanity, it had all been stolen from me. I had been conditioned to see myself as a tool, a weapon for someone else's war. But now, I had a choice. I could keep running from the past, or I could face it. I could decide who I wanted to be in this new world, and what my role would be. I knew I couldn't do it alone. Clint, Melina, and Yelena had all played their parts in this fight, but we had all been changed by it. The cost of victory had been high, and it wasn't something we could ignore. We had won, but we had lost too. So many people had been caught in the crossfire. So many lives had been broken by the system we had just torn down. It wasn't enough to just expose the truth. We had to rebuild the pieces we had destroyed, and that meant facing the people I had hurt. The people who had been manipulated by the same system I had been forced to serve. I couldn't just walk away from them. I had to help them, give them a chance at freedom, the same freedom I had fought so hard to earn. Clint was the first person I turned to. He had always been my anchor, the one person who could see through the walls I built around myself. "We're in this together, Natasha," he said, his voice steady. "As always, you don't have to do it alone." I knew he was right. I didn't have to do it alone, but I also knew that the burden wasn't just on me. It was on all of us. We had started something, and we couldn't stop now. We had to finish it. Melina and Yelena were just as committed. Melina had her own way of seeing things, her own vision for how to rebuild, but I trusted her. She understood the value of taking down the system. And Yelena, she was as fierce as ever, determined to make sure that the next generation wouldn't suffer the same fate we had. She wasn't just fighting for herself anymore. She was fighting for everyone who had been left behind by the Red Room. But even as we worked together, I couldn't ignore the fact that there were still people out there who would never stop trying to regain control. The conspiracy we had exposed was just one part of a much larger system, a system that would keep trying to rebuild itself in the shadow. I knew that as long as that system existed, the fight wasn't over. It was time to take the fight to the heart of it. We couldn't wait for them to make their move. We had to strike first. Our next mission took us to one of the most powerful hidden groups in the world, a covert network of individuals who had survived the collapse of the Red Room and had used the chaos to seize power in new ways. They were the remnants of the old system, people who had once been trained by the Red Room, but who had found new ways to use their influence to maintain control. This group, unlike the others, wasn't interested in public power. They worked from the shadows, manipulating governments, corporations, and media to achieve their goals. They were the true masters of the global stage, and if we didn't stop them now, they would build the same empire the Red Room had once created. Only this time, they would be smarter, more discreet. I knew that to destroy this network, we had to dismantle it piece by piece. There was no quick fix. This wasn't going to be easy, but we had no choice. We had to go in, take them down, and expose their influence to the world. The mission was as complicated as it was dangerous. We didn't know exactly where to start, but we knew the players. We had studied them for months, piecing together information from every source we had. We knew their tactics, their weaknesses, and their connections, but what we didn't know was how far their network stretched, how deep it ran. We made our first move when we infiltrated one of their key financial institutions, a bank that had been used to launder money for decades. The operation was swift, clean, and calculated. We had to move fast before anyone realized what we were doing, but even as we executed the plan, I knew we were walking into a trap. The closer we got to the heart of the operation, the more dangerous it became. Every step we took, we were one step closer to uncovering the full extent of their control, and every move we made brought us closer to the people who had orchestrated this global web of manipulation and deceit. The more I faced them, the more I realized that the fight wasn't just about saving the world anymore. It was about saving ourselves. We were getting closer. I could feel it in every fiber of my being. Every move we made, every piece of intel we gathered, was a step toward exposing the shadow network that had been pulling the world's strings for decades. But with each step we took, the danger grew more intense. The closer we got to the heart of it, the more they fought back, the more they tried to shut us down. The remnants of the Red Room weren't the only threat we were up against. The group we were targeting now was more sophisticated, more dangerous. These weren't just rogue agents or military personnel. They were the architects of power, the people who had stayed hidden in the shadows while the world fought wars and crumbled under the weight of their manipulation. They had no loyalty, no allegiance to anyone but themselves. They were the true puppet masters. Every time we thought we were one step ahead, they anticipated our move. They had eyes everywhere, ears in every corner. They knew what we were doing, even before we did. They had resources at their disposal that we couldn't even fathom. And every time we exposed one part of their operation, they would shut it down before we could even celebrate our victory. But this time we had something different. We weren't just fighting with weapons or technology. We had the truth. We had the evidence to bring them down. And this time, I wasn't just fighting for survival. I wasn't just fighting to protect my team or myself. This time, I was fighting for the future. We made our next move in the heart of their operations, a private island, a place that had been a key location for their meetings and dealings. It was the perfect hiding place, surrounded by water, heavily guarded, and nearly impossible to infiltrate. But we knew it was the key to bringing everything down. If we could take control of that island, we could expose the final pieces of the puzzle. We couldn't afford to go in quietly this time. We didn't have the luxury of secrecy. We had to make a bold move, hit them where it would hurt the most, and draw them out of the shadows. It was a calculated risk, but it was the only move we had left. Clint, Melina, Yelena, and I launched a direct assault on the island. We had no other option. We stormed the perimeter, fighting our way through their defenses with everything we had. The guards were well trained, but they weren't prepared for the kind of coordinated attack we brought. Melina disabled their security systems, Yelena cleared the outer defenses, and Clint picked off anyone who posed a threat from a distance. I led the charge, pushing forward, not allowing myself to slow down. The deeper we went into the island, the more we realized just how massive their operation was. This wasn't just an isolated location, it was the central hub of their entire network. We had uncovered the heart of their power, the place where they coordinated their manipulations, where they made deals, where they controlled the world from the shadows. As we made our way through the compound, I could feel the walls closing. We were getting closer to the final confrontation, to the people who had orchestrated everything, to the ones who had manipulated me, controlled me, and used me for their own gain. I was ready. I was done running from. The confrontation happened in the main control room, where they monitored everything. The walls were lined with screens displaying live feeds of the world's most powerful institutions, governments, corporations, military base. Everything they had worked for was in that room, under their watchful eyes. And then there they were, the masterminds behind it all, the ones who had orchestrated every move, every step of this twisted game. I recognized one of them immediately, a face from my past, a person who had been with me in the Red Room, who had trained me to be the weapon I was. This person, this man, was the one who had been pulling the strings from behind the scenes. He was the one who had shaped me, molded me into the killer I had been. The fury that rose inside me was almost unbearable, but I kept my composure. I had spent too long fighting for this moment to let it slip away. "You've come a long way, Natasha," he said, his voice cold, almost mocking. "But you're too late. You think you can stop everything we've built. This world doesn't function without people like us. You've been nothing but a tool we created, and a tool that we'll use again." I didn't respond. I couldn't. He wasn't worth my words. Instead I moved. Fast. My strikes were precise, my body moving with the training that had been drilled into me for so long. But this time, I wasn't just fighting him. I wasn't just fighting the system. I was fighting for my future. The fight was intense. The man was a trained operative, someone who had spent years building this empire, someone who knew every trick in the book. But he didn't have the one thing I had, the will to break free. I fought with everything I had, with the knowledge that this was the end. There would be no more running, no more hiding. This was the moment I had waited for. I wasn't just taking down one man, I was taking down everything he represented. The final blow came quickly. I didn't hesitate. He went down, just like every other person who had tried to control me. It was over, but the battle wasn't won yet. The network was still active. The system was still in place. We had taken down the leader, but the people behind him, the ones who had made him who he was, they were still out there. I looked at my team. We had done it. We had destroyed their operation. We had taken down the puppet masters. But I knew it wasn't over. Not yet. We had to rebuild. We had to expose everything, tear down the remnants of the system they had built, and we would, together. The storm had passed. The final battle was over, and the leader who had orchestrated everything was gone. But the world was still in chaos. The webs of manipulation we had uncovered, the control that had existed behind the scenes for so long, it wasn't something that could be wiped out with a single strike. The conspiracy, though fractured, still had remnants scattered around the world, and we had no illusions about the task ahead. The island, once a secret stronghold of the Shadow Network, was now a graveyard. What had once been a place of control was now just another ruin in the wake of our mission. The walls had come down, and the people who had once pulled the strings were now exposed, their influence shattered. But I knew it wasn't that simple. We had to rebuild, piece by piece. As we sat in the aftermath, I found myself staring at the remnants of the operation we had just taken down. The tech, the documents, the evidence, it was all right there. We had what we needed to expose the truth, to make sure that the world could never return to what it had been. But there was a nagging feeling in the back of my mind that wouldn't go away. I had done it. We had done it. The Red Room was gone. The global conspiracy was broke. But now I was left wondering, what was next for me, for us? I looked around at my team. Clint was sitting with his arms crossed, staring out at the horizon. He had been with me through all of this, through every fight, every mission. He had seen me at my lowest, and somehow he had stayed. Melina was going through the data we had collected, her mind already working on the next steps. She was relentless, driven by a need to make sure that the remnants of the conspiracy didn't get a chance to regroup. She had seen it all before, but now she was ready to use everything we had uncovered to make sure it didn't happen again. And Yelena had been the fire that fueled so much of our mission. She had lost so much, just like the rest of us. But she wasn't just angry, and she was fighting for something bigger than herself now. She was fighting for those who had been left behind, for those who hadn't made it out of the system. We had all been shaped by the Red Room, but we had all become something different through this. Together we had changed the course of history, and yet as I stood there, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to be done. Natasha, Clint's voice broke through my thoughts. We've done it. We've exposed them. The world is seeing the truth. There's nothing more we can do here. I looked at him. You're right, I said quietly. But it's not over. Not really. There's still too much left. Too much left to rebuild. We can't just leave it like this. Clint nodded. I know, but sometimes you have to let go. You can't keep chasing ghosts forever. His words hit me harder than I expected. He was right. I had spent so much of my life running, fighting, never knowing what I was truly fighting for. Now I had to figure out what came next. We had done the impossible. We had destroyed the very system that had shaped our lives. But I couldn't help but wonder if there was a new purpose for us in this world that had just been turned upside down. We don't need to let go. Melina spoke up, looking up from the data she was going through. We just need to channel our efforts differently. We can't let everything we've fought for be in vain, but we also don't have to fight the same way anymore. Yelena joined in, her voice as determined as ever. The world needs people who can fix things, not just tear them down. We can't let those who survive the system just disappear. We can help them. We can be the ones to show them a way out. I took a deep breath, letting their words settle in. They were right. We didn't have to keep running. We didn't have to keep fighting in the same way we had before. The world was changing, and we could be the ones to help shape that change. It wasn't going to be easy. The damage had been done, and rebuilding would take time. But for the first time in my life, I wasn't just fighting for survival. I was fighting for something bigger than myself, for the future. There was still work to do. There would always be more work, but we didn't have to do it alone. The fight for the future had just begun. The world was reeling, no one more so than the people who had been manipulated and exploited by the conspiracy for so long. Their lives had been shaped by lies and deceit, by a system that had used them as pawns in a game they could never have understood. And now, the truth was out. The truth was everywhere. The conspirators were gone, their network shattered, but the fallout was still unfolding. The global order was in flux. Governments were scrambling to reassess their alliances. Corporations were dealing with the shockwaves of exposed corruption, and in the midst of all of it, I couldn't help but wonder where we fit into this new world. We weren't done yet. No, we had just started. The first thing we did was focus on the people, the ones who had survived, the ones who had been part of the Red Room, who had been turned into weapons and forced to kill without ever having the choice. They were scattered across the world, broken, lost, and afraid. Melina, Clint, Yelena, and I took the information we had gathered, the connections we had made, and began tracking down the people who needed help the most. It wasn't easy. Some of them were too far gone. still stuck in the mindset the Red Room had drilled into them. But others, they just needed a chance, a way out. We found them. We gave them that chance. It wasn't just about giving them safety. It was about giving them something the Red Room had stolen from all of us, their humanity. We began training them, not to be weapons, not to kill, but to fight for something worth fighting for. Some of them had been the Red Room's most dangerous agents, but now they could be part of something new, part of a team, part of a family. I spent a lot of time thinking about what that meant, a family. It wasn't a concept I had ever understood before. I had never had a family, not in the way people do. The Red Room had stripped that away, left me alone in a world I didn't know how to navigate. I was always just a tool, a weapon. But now, I had a choice. I could be something else, and so could they. Clint had been right. I couldn't keep running from the past, but I didn't have to let it define me. We didn't have to let it define us. The work was grueling, exhausting, but there was something about it that felt different. This time it wasn't about survival. It wasn't about trying to outrun the shadows that had shaped us. This time we were fighting to rebuild, to build something that wasn't broken from the start. And for the first time in a long time, I felt like I was fighting for something worth fighting for. But it wasn't just about the people we were helping. It was about the world that was being rebuilt around us. Every day, we saw the cracks in the system, the remnants of the conspiracy we had torn down. The world was still on the edge, still vulnerable to the same forces that had created the system in the first place. I knew it wasn't enough to expose the truth. We had to make sure it didn't happen again. We had to prevent those same forces from regaining control. The conspiracy might have been shattered, but the ideology, the belief that one group could control everything, was still out there. It was just waiting for the right moment to re-emerge. That's when Clint, Melina, Yelena, and I decided to take the next step. We couldn't just be bystanders in this new world. We had the power to shape it. We had the skills, the knowledge, and the net, and we could use all of it to protect the future, to make sure the mistakes of the past never repeated themselves. So we took the fight to the next level. We began working with governments, with other survivors, with those who still had the will to fight, to prevent the remnants of the conspiracy from rebuilding in the shadows. We didn't have the resources that the old powers had, but we had something they didn't. We were out there, pulling strings, working behind the scenes, to expose corruption wherever it was still hiding, pushing for reform, helping people rebuild, and making sure that the voices of the oppressed were heard. It wasn't glamorous, it wasn't easy, but it was necessary. Every mission, every success, every small victory felt like a step towards something bigger. We weren't just taking down the old system, we were building a new one. A system where people didn't have to live in fear of those who would use them as pawns. And even as we moved forward, even as the world began to heal, I couldn't forget the lessons the past had taught me. I couldn't forget the faces of the people who had died because of the system. I couldn't forget the faces of the children who had been turned into soldiers, the lives that had been ruined. But I also couldn't forget that we had the chance to make it right. We had a future ahead of us, not one built on lies, not one built on manipulation and control, but a future where people had the freedom to choose their path. And that's what we fought for now. The fight was different, but the stakes were just as high. Together we were rebuilding the world. The weight of leadership wasn't something I'd ever truly considered before. For so much of my life, I had been a follower, a tool, a weapon. I'd been conditioned to take orders, to execute commands without hesitation, without questioning. The idea of leading others, of guiding people who had suffered as I had, was foreign to me, and yet here I was, The work we were doing was crucial. We weren't just working to rebuild the physical world that had been shattered by years of manipulation. We were working to rebuild the trust that had been broken, to restore the faith that had been lost in the very systems that were supposed to protect people. But rebuilding wasn't easy. Every day brought new challenges. Every step forward felt like we were fighting against the tide. The conspiracy we had exposed had been vast, and its remnants didn't vanish overnight. There were still those who believed in the old system, still those who benefited from the chaos, the corruption. They weren't going to give up easily, and we weren't going to stop. We couldn't, not now. Clint had always been the steady one. He knew how to balance everything, how to make the tough decisions without letting the burden weigh too heavily on him. But he wasn't the one who had carried the same weight for as long as I had. I had spent my life in the shadows, doing things I couldn't remember, and killing people I didn't want to forget. I had lost so much, not just my innocence, but a part of my soul. Melina too was driven by the need to make things right. She was a tactician, always thinking 2 steps ahead, but even she knew how much we were asking of ourselves. Yelena, for all her strength and fire, carried the same burden as the rest of. She had grown up in the system, just like I had, and now we were all trying to build something new out of the wreckage. But the responsibility wasn't just about the decisions we made, it was about the people we were trying to help, the ones we had saved from the Red Room, the ones whose lives had been torn apart by the conspiracy. They weren't just victims, they were survivors, and they needed leadership. They needed to believe that they had a place in this new world we were building. I'd been through too much to sit on the sidelines. I couldn't let this world crumble again because I was too afraid to take control. I had to step up. We all had to. We began working with Kazabens, with former agents who had escaped the Red Room, with international organizations, to rebuild from the ground up. We weren't just fighting for a new world, we were fighting for a new way of thinking. A way that wasn't about power, control and manipulation, but about freedom, choice and rebuilding trust. It wasn't an easy fight, it never had been, but there was something different this time. We weren't just fighting against an enemy anymore, we were fighting for something, for hope, for the future. And as much as it terrified me, I knew it was what I had been searching for all along. One day, as we were reviewing a new proposal for reform, Clint sat across from me, looking at the paperwork in front of him, his brow furrowed. "You ever wonder if we're doing enough?" he asked, his voice quieter than usual. I looked up at him, not sure how to answer. "All the time," I replied, "but we can't stop now. Not after everything we've fought for." He nodded. "I know. It's hard, isn't it? Trying to rebuild a world when all we've known is destruction. It was hard, but it was what we had to do." Melina had found a new project to focus on. She had started working with survivors of the Red Room, using her expertise to train them for new roles in society. She was teaching them to use their skills for good, to find new purposes outside of violence. Yelena too was starting to look toward the future. She had begun working on a project to help children who had been orphaned by the wars the conspiracy had fueled, giving them a chance to grow up in a world that was starting to heal. And me, I focused on what I could do best. I was the one who took on the hardest missions, the ones that required the most delicate touch. I infiltrated the places that still held the remnants of the conspiracy, the groups that tried to re-establish themselves in the wake of the exposure. I didn't do it alone, of course. Clint, Melina, Yelena, they were always there, always supporting me, always making sure I didn't slip back into the shadows. But the hardest part wasn't the missions, it wasn't the fights, it was the weight of the past. Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw someone who had done unspeakable things, someone who had been forced to kill, to betray, to lie. It wasn't something I could just forget, and yet I had to find a way to move forward. The world needed something better, and I needed to be part of. The truth was, I wasn't just fighting for the future anymore. I was fighting for my own redemption, and maybe, just maybe, this time I wouldn't have to do it alone. The work we had set out to do, the rebuilding, the reforms, the dismantling of the remnants of the conspiracy, it was all going according to plan. But even as the world around us began to change, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still missing. The past, the life I had led before all of this, continued to haunt me. I had done what needed to be done, exposed the corruption, and helped those who had suffered under the system. But the weight of everything I had done, everything I had been, was a constant presence. I was more than just Natasha Romanoff now, but it was hard to forget the Black Widow, the weapon, the killer that I had once been. I wasn't sure how to reconcile the two, the person I had become and the one I had been forced to be. For years I had used the pain of my past to fuel my survival, but now that the war was over, the victories were won, and the fight was behind me, I was left with nothing but the silence. Clint could see it. I could always count on him to see through my wall. He'd been with me through everything, from the darkest times to the brightest moments, and he understood the burden I carried. One evening, after a long day of strategizing, Clint came to find me. He had this look in his eyes, one I knew too well. It wasn't pity, it wasn't concern either. It was the look of someone who understood exactly what I was going through. "Natasha," he said, his voice calm, "I know what you're thinking." I turned to him, my expression guarded, but I didn't deny it. I didn't need to. He had seen me at my worst, seen the darkness that lurked behind my eyes. He didn't have to ask about my past. He already knew. "Do you?" I asked softly, stepping away from the window. "You think I'm done? You think I've found some kind of peace?" "I'm not saying that," Clint replied, "but I'm saying you don't have to do it all alone. You don't have to carry it all by yourself anymore. You've fought for too long. You've taken on enough. It's okay to let go of the weight." I shook my head. "I can't. You don't understand." "I do understand," he said, stepping closer. "You don't have to fix everything. You don't have to fix everything. You've already done enough. Now it's time to let others take the lead. You've built something, Natasha. You've made a difference, but you need to stop running from yourself." I didn't know how to respond. The truth was, I was afraid that if I let go of the past, if I let myself accept what I had done, I wouldn't know who I was anymore. I had always been the soldier, the fighter, the weapon. I had spent so long surviving that I didn't know what it meant to live. Clint didn't push. He never did, but the silence between us was heavy. He knew I wasn't ready, and I knew I wasn't ready either. But maybe, just maybe, it was time to start thinking about it. The next few weeks were a blur of meeting, strategies, and plans. We were trying to lay the groundwork for the new world we had hoped to create. But it was difficult. The systems that had been in place for so long didn't just crumble overnight. People still feared the power structures that had been so firmly entrenched for decades. There was resistance from every corner, from old allies who didn't want to let go of their influence, from groups that still believed in the old ways of control. We were making progress, but there were days when I felt like we were pushing a boulder uphill. There were setbacks, false starts and constant challenges. The world had been broken for so long that it couldn't be fixed in a day or a year, but there were moments when I saw the light, when I saw the real change happen. The survivors we had rescued, the ones who had been lost in the Red Room's shadow, were beginning to rebuild their lives. They were finding their place in this new world, and we were helping them. That, more than anything, gave me hope. We weren't just fighting for a future anymore, we were creating it. Still, the personal struggles remained. Every time I closed my eyes, I could still see the faces of those I had killed, the people who had suffered because of me, the moments when I had been nothing more than a weapon, a tool in someone else's game. I couldn't erase that. No matter how many people we helped, no matter how many victories we won, the ghosts of my past would always be with me. It wasn't until I had a conversation with Yelena that I realized I wasn't alone in my struggle. She had been there in the Red Room, just as she had fought, just as I had, and she had carried her own weight, her own ghosts. "You know," Yelena said one evening, as we sat on the balcony watching the sunset. I used to think that once we took down the Red Room, everything would get better, that we would just walk away and be free. But it's not that simple, is it? I looked over at her, surprised by her insight. No, I said softly, it's not. I thought if I just ran far enough away, I could leave it all behind. But it's not that easy either. You can't outrun your past. It's always going to be a part of you. She was right. There would never be a point where the past didn't influence who I was. But maybe, just maybe, I didn't have to run from it. Maybe I could use it to fuel the work we were doing now, to ensure that no one else had to endure what we had. Yelena smiled. But you know what? We don't have to do it alone. I nodded. No, we don't. And for the first time I believed that. We weren't just survivors anymore. We were builders, and we were in this together. The world had changed, and so had I. It wasn't just the destruction of the Red Room or the crumbling of the conspiracy. It wasn't just the victories we had earned or the battles we had won. The change wasn't something that could be measured by missions or power shifts. It was something deeper, something more personal. I had been living in the shadow of my past for so long, carrying the weight of every mission, every kill, every betrayal. But slowly, inch by inch, I started to let go of the weight. It didn't happen overnight. It wasn't some grand moment of redemption. It was the small everyday choices, the decision to lead differently, to trust differently, to be different. Clint, Melina, Yelena and I were working together, building what could only be described as a network of hope. We didn't just want to fix the world. We wanted to rebuild it from the ground up. We were creating something that could last, something that wasn't built on manipulation, power and control. We were working with survivors, with people who had lived through the worst the world had to offer. We were giving them the opportunity to live without the shadow of the past hanging over them. But it wasn't easy. Old habits die hard. The powers that once controlled the world were still fighting to keep their hold. And as we worked to expose them, to break down the remnants of the system that had been built, we found ourselves facing new challenges, powerful enemies who had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to make their move. We were going after them, piece by piece. Every name we exposed, every corrupted individual we brought down was a victory. But I knew we were far from finished. The world was still vulnerable. The systems we had taken down weren't going to just disappear. The work was endless, but it was a work I believed. One morning, as I sat in the small office we had set up for our new team, going through reports and coordinating missions, I looked up to see Clint standing in the doorway. He was holding something, a file. "Got something for you," he said, handing it over. "This came from an old contact of mine. It's about someone we thought was gone." I took the file, flipping through it quickly. The name jumped out at me immediately. General Andrei Volkov. I knew that name. He had been one of the key figures in the Red Room, one of the high-ranking officials who had helped orchestrate much of its operation. We had assumed he was dead, taken out during one of our early missions, but apparently we had been wrong. "Where is he?" I asked, my voice steady but laced with a certain edge. Clint paused for a moment before answering. "Underground. He's resurfaced. He's got a new operation, bigger than the last one." I clenched my jaw, feeling the anger build inside me. Volkov had been responsible for so much of the pain I had suffered. He had been part of the system that had turned me into a weapon. He was a symbol of everything that was wrong with the world. And now he was back. I didn't need to be asked twice. "We're going after him," I said, standing up. Now, the next few days were a whirlwind. We gathered intel, we made plans, and we set the stage for a direct assault. But as we worked, A part of me felt the weight of what we were about to do. We were no longer just fighting against a system. We were fighting against the ghosts of our pasts, the people we once were, the people we had been forced to become. Andrei Volkov was just the beginning. We knew there were more like him, more remnants of the Red Room, more pieces of the conspiracy we hadn't fully destroyed. We would never be truly free until every last one of them was brought to justice. But even as we prepared to face Volkov, I felt something else inside me, something I hadn't expected: fear. I wasn't afraid of him. I was afraid of what would happen when we finally took him down. What would that mean for me, for us? For so long I had fought for the chance to leave the past behind, to move forward, to rebuild. But with every fight, every victory, the past clung to me hard, and as much as I wanted to believe that everything would be different once Volkov was gone, I knew the truth. I couldn't escape what I had been, but I didn't have to. I wasn't that person anymore. The person who had been created by the Red Room, the person who had killed without hesitation, was gone. And even if Volkov was still out there, still trying to rebuild the very system that had made me, I knew one thing: I had changed. We had all changed. We weren't running anymore. We weren't just survivors. We were warriors. We were fighters for something better, and we would keep fighting. We had fought hard to bring down the Red Room, to expose the lies, to shatter the conspiracy that had controlled the world in the shadows for so long. But just when we thought we had finally won, the past came crashing back. It wasn't enough to destroy the system. It wasn't enough to break the chains. The last remnants of the Red Room, the ones who had survived, weren't ready to let go of their control. And Andrei Volkov was the one who had kept it all together, the one who had remained hidden for so long. The name alone was enough to send a chill down my spine. The last time I had encountered him, it was in a world of darkness, of manipulation. But this time, things were different. This time I wasn't the tool they had created. This time I was going to stop him once and for all. We knew where he was hiding. The operation wasn't big. It was a small covert network designed to stay under the radar, but it was still dangerous. Volkov wasn't just a remnant of the past. He was the last piece of the Red Room's legacy. He was the final threat that needed to be eradicated. As we prepared for the mission, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't just fighting against him. We were fighting against everything we had been, the people we had been forced to become. Every mission, every strike, every enemy we took down felt like a battle against ourselves, against the shadows of the past that never seemed to fade. Clint and Yelena had been by my side from the very beginning. Melina too had come a long way from the days when she had been an unwilling ally. Together, we had dismantled the Red Room. Together, we had taken on the global conspiracy. But now, the final piece of the puzzle, the man who had been one of the architects of our pain, was waiting for us. The mission was clear. We would infiltrate his operation, expose his network, and take him down. But as much as I wanted to focus on the mission, I couldn't ignore the doubts that lingered in my mind. Could I really leave the past behind? Could I truly forgive myself for what I had done, for what I had been made to do? The weight of that question never left me, even as we prepared to face Volkov. The shadow of the Black Widow, of the assassin I had been, loomed over me. I didn't know if I would ever truly be free of her. The operation itself was brutal. We moved in quickly, taking down his guards, disabling his security systems. The compound where Volkov had been hiding was isolated, hidden in a remote part of Eastern Europe. It wasn't just about getting to him, it was about making sure no part of the operation could rise again. We knew it wouldn't be easy. Volkov's men were trained, fierce, and loyal to him. They were his last line of defense. But I didn't hesitate. I couldn't. I had to do this. We had to do this. We made it to the core of the facility, a small command center where Volkov and his remaining allies were stationed. I could feel the tension in the air, the knowledge that the final confrontation was imminent. And then there he was, Volkov standing at the center of the room, surrounded by his remaining loyalists, his cold, calculating eyes never leaving me. The man who had molded me into the weapon I had been, the one who had turned me into something I didn't recognize. He didn't say anything at first. He didn't need to. I could see the arrogance in his eyes, the belief that he was untouchable, but he wasn't. "You've come all this way to face me, Natasha," Volkov said, his voice smooth, like nothing had ever happened. "But you've always been my tool. You always will be. You can't escape what you are." I didn't respond. I didn't need to. His words didn't matter. Not anymore. The battle was fierce. Volkov was as skilled as I remembered, maybe more so. But this time, I wasn't fighting for my survival. This time, I was fighting for my freedom, for the future, for everyone who had been manipulated and used, just like I had. In the end, it wasn't his skills that defeated him, it was his arrogance. Volkov underestimated me, as so many had before. He thought I was still the same person I had been when I walked into the Red Room, but I was. I had been forged by that place. Yes, but I had broken free of it. I had found my way out. The final strike came quickly. Volkov fell, and with him the last piece of the Red Room's legacy. But even as I stood over him, the battle wasn't truly over. The system he had created might have fallen, but the ideology, the belief in control, was still out there. It always would be. We had won, but the fight for the future was just beginning. It was over. At least, that's what we told ourselves. Volkov, the last vestige of the Red Room's sinister grip on the world, was gone. His operations were dismantled, his network destroyed. The last piece of the conspiracy that had manipulated us, controlled us, was no longer a threat. But even as I stood there looking at the wreckage of the operation we had taken down, I knew the world wasn't going to magically heal overnight. We had won a significant battle, yes, but the war for a better world, for a future free of manipulation and control, was far from over. The past had shaped us all in ways that we couldn't just ignore. Each of us carried the scars of what we had endured. I had my demons, Clint had his own battles, Melina had her regrets, and Yelena still struggled to come to terms with the pain she had been forced to bury. But we had come a long way. We had learned to trust one another, to build something new from the wreckage of our pasts. The world too had to rebuild, and it was a daunting task. The influence of the Red Room's remnants was still felt, even if they had been brought down. There were rogue elements, scattered forces, and individuals who believed that the old way of doing things, manipulating and controlling, was the answer to everything. They weren't just going to fade into the background because we had exposed them. They would regroup. They would fight back. The world was still fragile, and as much as we had fought to change it, I knew it wouldn't be easy to keep it changed. But that didn't mean we weren't going to try. The next few months were a whirlwind of rebuilding. We traveled the world, working with international agencies, helping governments rebuild, and aiding the people who had been left in the wake of the chaos. It wasn't just about exposure anymore. It was about making sure that no one else would suffer the same fate we had. We helped establish systems of oversight, of transparency, so that the shadowy figures who had once held all the power couldn't return. But for every victory there were setbacks. The world was changing, but it wasn't changing as fast as it needed to. There were still those who were in power, still those who had built their influence on the backs of lies and corruption. We couldn't defeat them all in one go. The task was too big. We began to take on more direct missions, targeting the final remnants of the Red Room's influence, hunting down the few leaders who had escaped and making sure they didn't regroup. but each time I felt the burden grow heavier. It wasn't just about defeating an enemy anymore. It was about ensuring that the world we had fought for would stay intact. I wasn't sure where my place was in all of this. I had spent so long fighting, so long running from who I was, from what I had done, that I wasn't sure what it meant to just live, to just be. Clint could sense, he always did. One evening, as we were preparing for yet another mission, he came to me sitting beside me in silence for a few moments before speaking up. "You okay?" he asked, his voice quiet but knowing. I nodded. "Yeah, just tired, I guess." "You've been fighting for a long time," he said. "I don't know how you've done it." "I don't know either," I replied, my eyes focused on the mission data in front of me. "But it's not over yet. You don't have to carry this alone, Natasha," Clint said soft. "We've all been through hell, but you've got us, and we're not leaving you behind." I didn't know how to respond. I didn't know how to express what I was feeling, but Clint didn't need me to say anything. He just understood, and for the first time in a long while, I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Peace. We kept moving forward, one mission at a time, one day at a time. The rebuilding process was slow, but it was steady. We had made a difference, and though we weren't done yet, the future felt like it had a chance, a real chance. But every victory brought a new challenge, a new fight to be won. The people who had been caught in the web of the Red Room's manipulation didn't just need safety, they needed healing. They needed to understand that they weren't alone, and the hardest part of all was knowing that even after all we had done, we couldn't save everyone, we couldn't change everything. But that didn't stop us from trying. As time passed, the mission started to evolve. It wasn't just about taking down the remnants of the Red Room anymore. It wasn't just about fighting for survival. We were fighting for a world that could learn from its mistakes, that could move forward, that could heal. And with each day I felt myself coming closer to the person I was meant to be. Not just a survivor, not just a weapon, a human being. The dust had settled, but the work was far from over. We had torn down the system that had controlled us for so long, but we were just starting to build something better. It wasn't just about exposing the conspiracy anymore. It was about making sure that nothing like it could ever rise again. The changes we were pushing for, the ideals we were fighting for, were bigger than any mission we had ever faced. But the reality of rebuilding a broken world was never going to be simple. We had learned that the hard way. Every step forward felt like we were pushing against an invisible tide, trying to make sure the past wouldn't come crashing back. The enemies we had faced weren't the only ones we had to worry about. The system that had supported them, that had allowed them to operate in the shadows for so long, wasn't going to disappear overnight. The world was waking up to the truth, but it was a slow, painful process. We had to work on every front, from toppling corrupt governments to helping the survivors of the Red Room. But more than anything, we had to make sure that the world didn't fall back into the hands of those who would use it for their own gain. I had spent so much of my life as a soldier, as a weapon, that I had never really understood what it meant to lead, to be responsible for something bigger than myself, to protect the future, not just with force, but with wisdom, with choices that would guide people through a world that was still broken, still vulnerable. It was a burden I hadn't prepared for. Clint, Melina, and Yelena had all stepped into roles of leadership too, each of us bringing something different to the table. Clint had always been the steady hand, the one who could be counted on to make the hard choices with a clear head. Melina was a strategist, meticulous, brilliant, and always one step ahead. Yelena's fire and passion were invaluable, even when the fight seemed endless. But I wasn't sure if I was ready for this. The weight of what we had done was still heavy on my shoulders, and now I had to find a way to carry the responsibility of what came next. The truth was, I had always been a soldier. I had always fought, survived, and then walked away. But now, There was nowhere to walk to. The world needed us, needed me, and I wasn't sure if I was ready to be the leader they needed. I had to learn how to be something more than a weapon. I had to learn how to be human again, to lead, not just by force, but by example. The next few months were a blur. We made progress, slowly, painstakingly. We began to piece the world back together. The former agents we had helped rescue from the Red Room were now becoming part of something new. We weren't creating soldiers anymore. We were creating a community, a new generation of people who could rebuild their lives, their identities and their futures. But even as we moved forward, there were still dangers. Old enemies, remnants of the past were lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The conspiracy hadn't just been a single entity, it had been a network, a system that spanned across the globe. It was no surprise that some of its more dangerous elements were still operational. I had learned something from Clint in all these years. You could never stop moving forward. You couldn't let the past paralyze you. You had to keep going, keep pushing. If you stopped, even for a moment, you risked losing everything. And so we kept moving. The mission took us to a remote part of the world, a place that had once been a stronghold for the conspiracy we had destroyed. There were whispers of a new organization, trying to rebuild, using the remnants of the old system's infrastructure. This new threat wasn't just about controlling people, it was about exploiting the chaos we had caused. They saw the instability as an opportunity to rise again. We couldn't let that happen. We couldn't afford to let the world slip back into the hands of those who would use it for their own gain. The mission was straightforward: infiltrate their base, expose their operations, and take them down before they could become a true threat. But even as we prepared for the assault, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. It never was. Clint, Melina, Yelena, and I worked together to gather intelligence, make our plans, and ensure that we hit them hard, fast, and decisively. But this mission felt different. I knew that we weren't just fighting for survival anymore. This time we were fighting to protect the future. We moved in under the cover of night, silently taking down the outer defenses and moving deeper into their stronghold. It wasn't just about defeating, it was about making sure they never had the chance to rise again. We didn't have the luxury of letting them regroup. This had to be the end. The battle was fierce, but we were prepared. Every strike, every move, felt like a small victory in a long and brutal war. As we fought, I realized something. For the first time in my life, I wasn't just fighting for myself. I was fighting for all of us. I was fighting for the future we had all fought so hard to build. And when it was over, when the last remnants of the old system had been wiped out, I finally understood something. This wasn't about being a soldier. It wasn't about being a weapon. It was about leading, about ensuring that the world we had fought to protect could survive. It was about making sure that the future wouldn't be shaped by the same forces that had controlled us for so long. The world was changing, and now I could be part of that change. The fight was never over. We had broken the Red Room, exposed the conspiracy, and freed countless lives. But every day, it felt like we were only scratching the surface of what needed to be done. We had dismantled the system, but the ideologies that fueled it were far more dangerous than any one organization. They had taken root in the world long before the Red Room had ever existed. And now, even with our victories, we had to deal with the echo of those influences. Rebuilding the world wasn't as simple as just eradicating the threat. We were walking a fine line, trying to undo years of manipulation and corruption, while also creating something that could last. Something that wouldn't fall into the same traps that had ensnared us for so long. And as much as we wanted to be done, I couldn't shake the feeling that the real challenge was just beginning. It wasn't just the global power struggles that kept me up at night. It was what we had become in the process. Clint, Melina, Yelena, and I had all been shaped by the Red Room. And while we had survived, We hadn't emerged unscathed. There were still pieces of us, pieces of our old lives that we couldn't just erase. I had spent so much of my life running from my past, but now I had to face it. We all did. As I stood with my team looking at the progress we had made, the survivors who were now being given new opportunities, the governments we had helped shift toward more transparency, I knew it wasn't enough. We needed to make sure that our work had a lasting effect. The work ahead wasn't just about restoring order, it is about teaching the world a new way to live, to lead, and to rebuild. We had seen the ugly side of power, the consequences of unchecked manipulation, and we had to make sure the next generation wouldn't fall prey to the same system. Our first task was to focus on the survivors, those who had been in the Red Room, like us, and who needed to find their place in the world again. They had been stripped of their identities, trained to kill, to follow orders without question. Now we had to teach them to live, to be free. Melina threw herself into the effort, using her background in science and psychology to help the survivors recover. She helped them rediscover who they were without the programming of the Red Room clouding their judgment. Yelena, with her fire and passion, became a mentor to the younger survivors, showing them that they could have a future beyond the violence that had defined their lives. Clint, ever the steady hand, took on a leadership role, guiding the operation and ensuring that the survivors were protected. He had seen enough war to understand that peace didn't come easily, but he was determined to make sure that the world we were building didn't forget the lessons we had learned. And I led from the front. I worked with all of them, but I also knew I had to take on the hardest mission. The world was still dangerous, and the remnants of the old system were not going to let go of their power easily. We were still fighting. It wasn't long before we learned that our fight was far from over. There were whispers of a new faction, one that had risen from the ashes of the Red Room, and it was operating in the shadows. This group was even more elusive, more dangerous. They were spreading their influence quietly, trying to regain control of the systems we had just fought to dismantle. This time, though, we were prepared. We knew what we were up against. We had a strategy, we had resources, and we had the element of surprise on our side. The mission was complex, and we had to move carefully. This faction wasn't like the old one. They had learned from the Red Room's mistake. They were operating in smaller cells, using propaganda and influence rather than brute force. They had infiltrated governments, corporations, and other key institutions, and they were trying to rebuild the power structures we had torn down. Clint, Melina, Yelena, and I spent weeks gathering intel, working with our allies and preparing to hit them where it hurt the most. Our first move was to expose their operations to the world. We leaked documents, we revealed their connections, and we used the same tools they had once used against us. But this was no simple operation. The deeper we dug, the more we realized that we were dealing with something far bigger than just a rogue faction. This was a global movement, a force that had been quietly building for years, waiting for the right moment to strike. They had learned how to operate in the shadows, how to manipulate the systems without ever being caught. We had to act quickly. We couldn't let them regroup. The final confrontation came sooner than we expected. It happened in a remote facility, one that had once been used by the Red Room for its most secret operations. We had tracked this new faction to its core. It wasn't just a battle of physical force, it was a battle of ideology. When we arrived at the compound, we knew this would be our most dangerous mission yet. We moved swiftly, taking down their defenses, getting closer to the heart of their operations. But the closer we got, the more I realized that this fight wasn't just about stopping them, it was about stopping what they represented. The battle was intense. They were well prepared, expecting us, and fighting us with the same kind of skill and ruthlessness we had learned from the Red Room. But we were different now. We weren't just fighting for survival, we were fighting for the future. And when we took them down, when we finally eliminated the last remnants of the system we had fought so hard to destroy, I felt something I hadn't expected. Relief. It was over. For now. but I knew that it would never truly be over. The fight wasn't just about the enemy we could see, it was about the systems they had created, the ideologies they had put in place, and as long as those ideologies existed, the battle would continue. But for the first time in a long time, I wasn't alone, we weren't alone, and for the first time in my life, I felt that maybe, just maybe, we had a real chance at changing the world. Even after all we had accomplished, even after the final takedown of Volkov and the unraveling of the last major remnants of the Red Room's global conspiracy, I knew this war wasn't truly over. The world was shifting. Yes, but the changes were far from stable. Old power structures weren't just going to fall apart because we wanted them to. The forces we had spent so long fighting against were like a virus. They could go into hiding, regroup, adapt, and come back stronger than ever if we weren't careful. The first signs that the battle wasn't truly won came in the form of smaller, more insidious actions. Rogue operatives from the Red Room's ranks resurfaced in isolated cells around the globe. Some were taking on new identities, infiltrating government agencies and corporations. Others were quietly working behind the scenes, trying to regain the influence they'd lost. And then there were the ideologies, the belief systems that had been embedded in the world for decades. People who had been raised on power, control, and manipulation were still around. Their grip on the world hadn't loosened just because the conspirators were gone. If anything, the power vacuum we had created by taking down the Red Room had left a dangerous opening for others to seize. The fight had been intense, but it was far from over. There was still work to be done. The scars of the past, not just for me but for the world, were still fresh, and I had a duty to see this through. We all did. Clint, Yelena, Melina, and I met in a secure location, a place far from prying eyes, to discuss our next move. The air was thick with tension. Everyone knew this wasn't just another mission. This was the next chapter in the fight for something better. It's clear they're still out there, Clint said, his voice steady, but there was an edge to it. I don't think they'll stop, not until they've regained control. Yelena was sitting across from him, leaning forward, her eyes intense. They'll come for us. They'll come for everything we've built. They always do. Melina nodded, her fingers drumming lightly on the table. And they won't give up without a fight. We've seen it too many times before, but we've already shown them that we can bring down their empire. We've shown them, I said quietly, but we still need to make sure they don't rebuild it. We need to keep pushing, keep disrupting their ability to regain control, and we can't do it alone. Clint looked at me, his eyes sharp. We're not alone. We've got each other, and we've got the network we've built. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. I know, but this time it feels different. It's not just about taking down one more target. It's about erasing the very foundation of the systems they built, and that's a far bigger task. The room fell into a heavy silence. We had all fought together for so long, but we had never faced something like this. We weren't just fighting enemies now, we were fighting ideologies, systems and networks that had taken root in every corner of the world. They had spread too far, too deep. Melina's voice broke the silence. Then we strike where it hurts. We go after their infrastructure, the networks they use to stay hidden, the allies they've made, the people they've influenced. We don't just take down their leaders, we cut off their supply lines. We disrupt their operations. Yelena stood up, pacing. And we don't wait for them to come to us. We bring the fight to them. Clint nodded, the plan falling into place. We hit them where it counts, in the shadows. But we make sure that when the dust settles, they don't have anywhere left to hide. For weeks we worked on the plan. We infiltrated their old channels, gathering intel, creating opportunities to destabilize their influence. We went after corrupt officials who had been connected to them. We disabled their communication networks, and we exposed the truth to the people who needed to hear it. We weren't just fighting in the field anymore, we were fighting for the hearts and minds of the world. but the deeper we went, the more dangerous it became. Every time we thought we had cut off one of their escape routes, they adapted. It was like fighting shadows. As soon as we exposed one hiding place, they simply moved to another, always staying one step ahead. But this time, we were determined to stay on the offensive. We were using their own tactics against them: infiltration, manipulation, and subversion, but we were doing it for the right reason. We weren't just trying to tear down the system, we were trying to replace it with something better. The turning point came when we discovered a hidden network of loyalists trying to regroup in the underworld of global politics and business. These weren't the high-profile figures we had taken down before. These were the individuals who operated in the shadows: financiers, tech moguls, and influential figures who had long profited from the chaos and corruption the conspiracy had fostered. They were trying to rebuild the system, one piece at a time. It was then that I realized the true scale of the challenge we were facing. This wasn't just about taking down another leader, it was about breaking the cycle. It was about stopping the world from returning to the same patterns of power and control that had destroyed so many lives, including mine. The plan was set into motion. This time, we didn't just go after a physical target, we attacked the very systems that allowed these hidden figures to function. We hacked their financial systems, exposed their personal dealings, and made sure that their influence would be spread so thin that it would be impossible for them to regroup. But there were sacrifices. The closer we got to taking them down, the more we realized that our actions would have consequences. We weren't just fighting for the future, we were also fighting to ensure that the past wouldn't be allowed to repeat itself. And to do that, we would have to confront the hard truth: not everyone would make it out unscathed. The deeper we dug, the clearer it became. The fight we had taken on was not just against the conspiracy, but against the very nature of power itself. As we moved to destabilize the final remnants of their operations, it became evident that what we were fighting for was much more than the destruction of a criminal network. We were fighting for the soul of a world that had been broken, twisted by those who believed power was a birthright, not a responsibility. But no matter how many targets we took down, no matter how many power players we exposed, there was always more waiting in the wings. Every time we thought we had one of them cornered, they adapted, they rebuilt. The systems of power were resilient, and they didn't collapse just because a few key figures were taken down. There were still too many people who believed in the old way of doing things, and they were willing to fight to keep it alive. The toll of the mission weighed heavily on all of us. Clint, Melina, Yelena, and I had become accustomed to the violence, to the constant push for justice. But even we had limits. We had all made sacrifices. Clint had been by my side through every mission, every fight, but I knew how much it cost him to keep going, to keep fighting. Melina had sacrificed her own morals, her own sense of what was right, to make sure we succeeded. Yelena had given up so much, her own peace, her own sense of security, for the chance at a world she could never have dreamed of. And me? I had given everything. I had given my past, my identity, my very soul to this fight. The deeper we got, the more I felt the weight of it. I wasn't just fighting for the future anymore. I was fighting for my own redemption. I had tried to outrun my past, to escape the mistakes I had made, the people I had been, but no matter how many victories we won, the past kept dragging me back. Our latest mission was one that brought us face to face with the heart of what we were fighting against. We had traced the remnants of the conspiracy to an international summit, one that brought together political leaders, corporate magnates, and influential global players. It was supposed to be a meeting of peace, a summit where world leaders gathered to discuss economic cooperation, climate change, and global security. But the truth was darker. It wasn't about progress, it was about control. These men and women were the ones who had supported the conspiracy from the shadows. They had funded wars, manipulated markets, and bent the world to their will. And now they were trying to re-establish their control over the world. They were using the chaos we had created to forge a new empire, one built on the same lies, the same manipulation, and the same systems of power. We couldn't allow it. The summit was the perfect opportunity to expose them, but it wasn't going to be easy. These people had resources that we couldn't even begin to imagine. They had armies of mercenaries, private security firms, and a network of spies who were embedded everywhere. We would have to infiltrate the summit, expose their dealings, and make sure the world knew the truth about who was really pulling the strings. The mission was set. We infiltrated the summit, moving in under the cover of diplomatic immunity. It wasn't the most glamorous of operations, but it was necessary. We were operating in the shadows, just like the enemies we were trying to take down. Clint and I worked on the inside, gathering intel and making sure our movements were undetected. Melina and Yelena worked the outside, monitoring the event and keeping us updated. Every step felt dangerous. Every move could have been our last, but we were committed. We had to be. The deeper we got into the summit, the more I realized just how deeply entrenched these people were. The networks of corruption, the hidden alliances, the backroom deals. It was all part of the same system we had fought to destroy, and here they were, trying to rebuild it in front of the world, using the summit as a smokescreen for their true intentions. But they underestimated us. They underestimated our resolve. We made our move when the time was right. Using the intel we had gathered, we exposed their illegal dealings, their corruption, their attempts to manipulate global politics for their own gain. We made sure that the world would know who these people really were. Their masks were ripped away, and their influence was shattered in front of the eyes of the global community. But even as we exposed them, even as their power crumbled, I knew the real battle wasn't over. We had won a victory, yes, but the fight was still ongoing. The systems of control had been built over decades. They couldn't be taken down in a day, or a week, or even a year. It would take time, it would take effort, but most of all, it would take commitment. We weren't just fighting for the future, we were fighting for something more. We were fighting for a world that didn't fall back into the same traps, for a world where people didn't have to live in fear of the powers that had shaped their lives for so long. And that fight wasn't going to end just because we had exposed a few criminals. As we walked away from the summit, I realized something. This was the hardest part of the journey, not the battles, not the missions, not the deaths we had faced. It was the work that lay ahead, the rebuilding, the healing, the ensuring that the past would never rise again. We had a long road ahead of us, but we were in it together, and for the first time in a long time, I could see the world moving towards something better. The summit exposed the dark truth, but the real work began after the cameras turned off. The world had seen the corruption, the manipulation, the powerful individuals who had been trying to control everything from behind the scenes. But now, the fight for a better world was about more than just exposing the truth. It was about ensuring that the lies, the systems of power that had been built over decades, wouldn't be allowed to take root again. The aftermath of our success felt both freeing and suffocating. On one hand, we had achieved a major victory. The summit had served as the perfect stage to expose the people who had been pulling the strings for so long. The network we had dismantled was widespread, but its core had been shattered. The influence of those individuals was fractured, their power exposed. But on the other hand, I knew we were only scratching the surface of what needed to be done. The world didn't change overnight. The systems of power that had been in place for so long, didn't just disappear because we had revealed them to the public. They had been embedded too deeply into every aspect of society. The battle was not just about tearing down the old. It was about ensuring that the new world we were trying to create wasn't just a new form of the same thing. I couldn't help but feel the weight of it. I had spent my life as a weapon, always fighting, always surviving, but now we were trying to build something different, something better, and it wasn't easy. Clint could see it in my eyes, the quiet struggle that had been eating away at me. I had always carried a heavy burden, but now it felt like the world itself was on my shoulder. He had been by my side for years, and he understood the weight of responsibility like no one else could. "You're still carrying it, aren't you?" Clint asked one evening, as we sat in our makeshift command center, going through reports and discussing the next step. I didn't need to ask what he meant. "It never ends, Clint. We're fighting against an entire system, and even when we take down one part, there's another waiting to take its place. It's exhausting." "I know," he replied, his voice steady, "but you're not alone in this fight. None of us are. We've come too far to stop now. The work we're doing, it matters. It'll matter even more in the future." I nodded, but the doubts still lingered. Could we really change the world? Could we make it better? Not just for the survivors of the Red Room, but for everyone who had been caught in the web of manipulation, and more importantly, could we ensure that the next generation wouldn't be trapped in the same cycle? The following weeks were spent moving forward with our mission, but the sense of urgency had shifted. We had won several key battles, but we knew the real work was still ahead of us. Our next priority was the dismantling of the financial networks that had propped up the corrupt leaders and organizations we had exposed. Money was the lifeblood of the conspiracy, and until we could eliminate the channels that sustained it, the threat would still loom. We couldn't just take down the figures at the top. We had to go deeper. We had to target the institutions that allowed them to maintain power, the banking systems, the corporations that funded the wars, the media outlets that spread their propaganda. These were the pieces that kept the system in place. Melina, ever the strategist, took the lead on coordinating our efforts. Yelena, with her passion and determination, helped rally our allies in the fight, bringing together activists, whistleblowers, and anyone who was willing to stand against the corruption. Clint and I took on the more direct missions, infiltrating financial institutions, exposing illegal deals, and making sure that the key players couldn't regroup. But every step forward felt like 2 steps back. Every time we thought we were gaining ground, we encountered new obstacles, new players who were willing to fight to keep the old systems in place, and each time we had to remind ourselves that we couldn't give up. One night after a particularly difficult mission, I found myself staring out the window of our safe house, lost in thought. Clint joined me, standing quietly by my side. "I don't know if it'll ever be enough," I said, more to myself than to him. He didn't answer right away, and when he did, his words were simple but true. "Maybe it won't, but we have to try. We've come too far to stop now. You've done things in your life that most people could never even imagine, but now you're doing something different, and that makes all the difference." I didn't know what the future held. I didn't know if we could change the world, if we could tear down the old systems of power and build something better, but I knew this: we had to keep fighting, because as long as we did, there was a chance for something better. As we continued to expose the corruption, to dismantle the financial networks, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in the work we were doing. It wasn't easy, but every victory, no matter how small, felt like a step closer to the world we were trying to create. And with each passing day, I started to believe in the future again. Not the future that had been shaped by lies and manipulation, but the one we were fighting for, the one where people could live freely, without fear of being controlled, the one where power wasn't hoarded by a few but shared by many. We were nearing the end of a long, grueling journey. The systems of control we had fought against, the people who had used power for their own gain, were being exposed piece by piece. But the deeper we went, the more it became clear that we had not yet completed the task at hand. There were still remnants of the old world, hidden in plain sight. Dangerous players who believed that the chaos we had unleashed could be reshaped into something that worked for them. And then there were the personal battles, the ones that no amount of strategy or muscle could defeat. For me, the weight of the past had always been there, lingering in the background. It had shaped every decision I made, every fight I fought. But now, with the mission reaching its peak, I had to confront the truth. Could I really leave behind the identity of the Black Widow, the killer, the weapon? Could I ever be something more than what I had been made to become? I wasn't sure. The mission ahead was going to be one of our toughest yet. It wasn't just about exposing more corrupt leaders or dismantling their operations. This time we were going after the heart of the problem, the global financial systems that had sustained the conspiracies for so long. The institutions that had allowed these forces to thrive were not just corrupt. They were the backbone of the problem. If we could break them, if we could disrupt the global economy that had been built on secrecy and exploitation, we could truly bring down the old systems of power. The operation was complex, requiring us to move carefully and decisively. Our target was one of the world's largest private banking firms, a shadow organization that had been responsible for laundering money, funding wars, and keeping the old conspiracy alive. They had been working with some of the most influential people we had exposed. The last piece of their puzzle was financial control. They had to be stopped, and fast. We set our plan into motion. Clint and I took on the covert infiltration, getting past the layers of security, finding the accounts, the illicit transactions that had kept the system going. Melina and Yelena worked to gather the intel, pulling together financial records, corrupt business dealings, and hidden assets. It wasn't just about breaking into their vaults or exposing their illegal dealings. We had to expose them in a way that couldn't be undone. We needed to show the world just how deep the corruption went and who was really benefiting from the chaos. But as we prepared for the final strike, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was different. The stakes were higher now. We weren't just exposing them anymore. We were taking away the foundation they had built, the one thing that allowed them to remain untouchable. It wasn't just about winning anymore. It was about ensuring that what we had fought for wouldn't be undone. I wasn't the same person I had been when I started this fight. I had learned that. But could I ever escape the path? Could I ever be free of the things I had done, the people I had killed, the lives I had ruined? I didn't know. We moved in under the cover of night, our plan executed flawlessly. The banking firm's security was sophisticated, but it was no match for our combined skill. Clint's precision, Melina's technical expertise, Yelena's strength and speed. It all worked in harmony as we infiltrated their main facility. But as we got deeper into the compound, I could feel the tension rise. We were close, and when we reached the inner vault, I knew we had what we needed. The files we uncovered were explosive. They contained decades of hidden transactions, financial records that tied some of the most powerful people in the world to the conspiracy. Every illegal deal, every shady business, every war that had been funded by blood money was right there for us to expose. I knew that once this information hit the public, the entire world would change, but I also knew the people we were dealing with weren't going to let it go easily. This wasn't going to be a simple victory. This was the final push, the last stand. As we extracted the final pieces of evidence and disabled their communications, I felt the weight of the moment. This wasn't just about taking down an institution. This was about taking down the entire system that had given birth to the Red Room, to the lies and manipulation, to everything we had fought against. We had won before, but this felt different. It felt like the end of one war and the beginning of another. The final confrontation came when we exposed the evidence to the world. The banking firm's leaders, the ones who had been at the heart of the conspiracy, were arrested, their assets frozen, their operations crumbling under the weight of their own corruption. But as the world watched in shock, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had just made the first step towards something much bigger. The systems that had supported the conspiracy were coming down, but that didn't mean the world was fixed. The changes we had made were only the beginning. The struggle for a better world was still ongoing, and we weren't done yet. There was always more to do. As we walked away from the operation, I knew one thing. We had fought for something worth fighting for. We had made sure the future wouldn't be shaped by the same forces of manipulation and control. But the fight was never really over. We were on the front lines together, and that, more than anything, was what kept me moving forward. We had torn down the corrupt institutions, exposed the manipulation, and freed countless lives from the shackles of the system. But even as we celebrated these victories, the true cost of what we had done began to sink in. It wasn't the immediate dangers or the battles we'd fought. It was the unseen toll, the lingering scars left on us, the ones we couldn't just wash away. I had always been a fighter. I had always known how to survive, how to win battles, but leading this new world, shaping it, meant confronting something I had avoided for years, the long-term consequences of my past, and the future I had to shape. I wasn't just fighting for my own redemption anymore. This was bigger. This was about ensuring that the world would never fall back into the hands of the corrupt, the manipulators, the ones who would use power to control others. But as much as we had done, there was still so much more to fix. I wasn't sure what to expect in the aftermath of the last operation, but I knew one thing. This wasn't just a moment of triumph. It was the start of the real work. We had pulled down some of the most influential figures in the world, but those figures weren't the problem. They were symptoms of something deeper. The ideologies that fueled them were still out there, spreading like a virus, infecting institutions and people. We had to destroy the roots, not just the branches. Clint had always been the one to see the world through a more balanced lens. While I obsessed over the mission, over the fight, he reminded me that there were other battles, the ones that didn't show up in reports or strategies. It's not just about taking down the bad guys, Natasha, he had said to me one night, as we sat in the quiet of our base. It's about making sure we don't become like them. It was a simple line, but it stuck with me. We had spent so much time dismantling the systems that oppressed the world, that I hadn't fully understood how easy it would be to slip into the same path. Power, even the power we had claimed in the fight for freedom, could corrupt just as easily. I wasn't the same person I had been when we first started this journey, but who was I now? What was the true cost of freedom? And how could we ensure it wasn't hijacked again by those who had learned nothing from their past mistakes? Melina was the first to raise the issue of sustainability. We had succeeded in taking down the worst of the old order, but we knew that our fight wasn't just about disrupting power. It was about creating something better, something that couldn't be manipulated, something that couldn't be broken as easily as the old systems had been. And that meant facing the very nature of how the world had been built. Creating change doesn't happen in a day, Melina said, as we worked together on our next set of reforms. The world we're building is fragile. Every victory is one step forward, but there will always be new battles. The real question is, how do we ensure that we've created a system strong enough to last? It was a question that hung in the air for a long time. For all the victories, for all the moments of triumph, I knew that we couldn't relax. The systems that had allowed the Red Room, the conspiracy to flourish, were still in place, in some form or another. The balance of power, the structures of influence, were not simply going to change because we had exposed the truth. They were deeper, older, and more embedded than any of us had realized. It wasn't just about tearing down the old world, it was about constructing something new that would withstand the forces we had fought against, and that meant confronting the very way power was distributed, the way decisions were made. As we turned our focus to reforming governments, organizations, and global systems, we encountered resistance. There were those who had benefited from the chaos, those who didn't want things to change. They were working quietly, still trying to regain control. But this time we were prepared. We had allies now, people who had been with us from the start, people who believed in the new world we were creating. But there were still so many forces working against: political factions, financial empires, and old networks that had survived in the shadows were refusing to give up power. Our next steps involved pushing for transparency, accountability, and justice. We were working to build a system that wasn't just about disrupting the old, it was about making sure that the new could thrive. But we couldn't afford to be naive. We knew there would always be forces trying to manipulate the system from within. The true challenge was keeping the power in check, ensuring that the people we had freed didn't fall into the same traps that had caught us. And then there were the personal challenges. Even as we worked tirelessly, the scars of our pasts remained. The things we had done, the things we had been forced to do, didn't just disappear because we had succeeded. We had to face those demons, no matter how much we wanted to move forward. I found myself at a crossroads, not just in the world we were building, but in the choices I had made in my own life. Could I forgive myself for everything? Could I ever escape the Black Widow, the assassin, the weapon I had been trained to be? Or was that just part of me now? A part I couldn't outrun. Yelena's words echoed in my mind. You don't have to run anymore, Natasha. Not from them. Not from yourself. She was right. I didn't have to run, but learning to live without the shadows of my past hanging over me, that was the real challenge. And it was a challenge I had to face, just like the world had to face its own. In the end, it wasn't about perfection, it was about progress, about ensuring that the new systems we were building weren't just free of the old corruption, but strong enough to survive the future. And as I looked at the world we were shaping, I felt a sense of purpose I hadn't had in years. We had fought for this, we had fought for the future, and even though there would always be battles, there would always be challenges, there was hope, real hope. And that, for the first time, was enough. The work was never as glamorous as the victories made it seem. We had exposed the conspirators. We had taken down the last remnants of the Red Room's hold on the world, and we had begun the slow process of rebuilding. But beneath the surface, the real challenge was not about taking down the bad guys anymore. It was about what came after. What did we do once the system was torn apart? How do you rebuild trust in a world that had been built on lies for so long? We had set out to create a world where power wasn't hoarded by the corrupt and where people could live without the constant fear of being controlled. But as we worked tirelessly to reform governments, revitalize economies, and help people rebuild, we started to realize that the cracks in the old systems ran deeper than we had thought. Changing the infrastructure was hard enough, but changing the way people thought about power, about control, was even harder. The fight hadn't just been about survival, it had been about creating a future, one where people could live freely without fear of being exploited. But I couldn't help but wonder if that future was even possible. Would we ever truly be free of the systems of control that had shaped us? As we worked on the reforms, the question gnawed at me. I had given so much, sacrificed so much, to tear down the systems that had exploited us, but in the process, I was learning that it wasn't just the corrupt leaders who needed to change. The way the world worked The way people thought about power was just as broken. Could we fix it all? Clint had become something of a sounding board for me during this time. He had seen me struggle with the weight of leadership, the burden of being someone who was supposed to have the answers. He had never wanted to be a leader, but he had found himself in that position, and now as we worked together on the global reforms, I could see the wear on his face. The toll it took, not just physically but mentally, was starting to show. You know, Clint said one evening as we worked through some strategic plans, sometimes I wonder if we'll ever be done with this, if the world will ever stop needing to be saved. I met his gaze. I don't think we're supposed to be done, I replied quietly. Maybe the real work is just beginning. He didn't say anything for a long time, but I could tell he was thinking it over. The weight of everything we had done hung heavy between us. There was still so much to fix, so much that needed to be done, and despite all the progress, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a storm on the horizon. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that the battle wasn't just against the people in power. It wasn't just about tearing down corrupt systems or rebuilding governments. The hardest part was facing the future and knowing that there would always be new obstacles to face. The world would continue to change, but we would always be up against the same forces that had shaped the systems in the first place. We had done so much, but there were always new threats waiting in the shadows. The financial systems we had cracked down on had been replaced with new ones. The corrupt figures we had exposed had simply scattered, regrouping under new names, new organizations. The remnants of the old system were like hydra heads. Cut one off and two more appeared. But we couldn't stop now. We had to keep moving forward, not just for ourselves, but for everyone we had helped, everyone we had freed. The mission had changed, and I knew we were now fighting for something even bigger than just taking down corrupt leaders. We were fighting for the stability of the world itself. We had to keep moving forward, keep pushing for reforms, even when it seemed impossible. As we continued to move forward with our work, we received an unexpected offer for help. A former ally from one of our past missions, someone who had worked alongside us but had remained on the sidelines, approached us with an idea. This individual, a former high-ranking operative in one of the world's most influential security agencies, had grown disillusioned with the systems of power. They had watched as the old world crumbled, and now they wanted to help build a new one. They proposed using their resources, their influence, to assist in the fight against the remnants of the old systems. The offer was tempting. Their network was vast, and they had connections that would allow us to make even more significant strides in our reforms. But it came with risk. Trusting people who had once been part of the systems we were fighting against was always a delicate decision. After a tense discussion, we decided to accept their help. We needed all the allies we could get, but I couldn't help feeling uneasy. The line between friend and foe was thinner than we'd ever imagined, and there was always the lingering fear that we were inviting the very people we had once fought against back into the fold. In the months that followed, we saw progress, but it wasn't without its setback. Every victory was met with a new challenge. Every step forward was met with a pushback from those who still believed that power should be concentrated in the hands of a few. We had our hands full with the internal struggles of rebuilding, and the personal toll it took on us as a team was harder to ignore than ever before. Melina, Yelena, Clint and I had fought hard for this, but as the weight of leadership became even more burdensome, I realized that our victories hadn't come without sacrifice, and I wasn't sure where that left us. The world was changing, but whether it would be a better world, or one just as broken as the one we had come from, that was still to be determined. The fight was never going to be easy, even after the summit, after we had torn down some of the most corrupt systems that had controlled the world. I knew there was still so much left to do, Every step forward seemed to bring 2 more steps backward. The remnants of the old world, the greed, the corruption, the thirst for control, they had spread too deep into the fabric of society to simply vanish. We had the support of a few key allies, but even their influence couldn't shift the tide entirely. Trust was a fragile thing, especially when it had been broken so many times before. People had been manipulated for so long that rebuilding their faith in the system was one of the hardest tasks we faced. And while we fought for change, we still had our personal battles to contend with. I had learned to lead in a way I never thought possible, but leading didn't come without cost. The longer I fought, the more I realized that no amount of success could silence the ghosts of my past. The Black Widow was still a part of me, and every victory I earned only reminded me of the blood on my hands. Every mission, every step forward in rebuilding the world, came with the weight of everything I had done, everything I had been forced to do. But even as those ghosts loomed over me, I couldn't afford to let them hold me back. We had come too far to stop now. The world was still at the mercy of those who would use power for their own gain, and we had to stop them. Our next mission was one that hit closer to home than any of the previous ones. We had traced a new threat to a network of underground financial institutions that were still enabling the remnants of the conspiracy to survive. These weren't just people who wanted power. These were people who had been trying to rebuild the old systems, the ones we had spent so much time tearing down. They had created a new foundation for their operations, one that was harder to expose and harder to infiltrate. I knew this would be the most dangerous mission we had taken on so far. Not only were we dealing with a well-hidden network, but we were also dealing with the kind of power that could fight back with the full weight of the systems we had tried to dismantle. These people weren't just criminal, they were the ones who had made the old world function. We couldn't afford to fail. The plan was simple in theory: infiltrate their financial institutions, gather the evidence, and expose their illegal dealings. But there was nothing simple about the execution. The network had deep roots, hidden far beneath the surface. We couldn't just hit them directly, we had to outsmart them, using their own tactics against them. Clint, ever the strategist, led our operations from the shadows, while Melina and Yelena worked to gather intel from the inside. I was tasked with leading the assault, the final push to expose them once and for all. Every part of the plan was delicate, every move calculated. This wasn't just about taking down another enemy, this was about ensuring that the world wouldn't be left vulnerable to the same forces again. As we moved deeper into their operations, the threat of exposure grew. Every step forward felt like a step closer to getting caught, but we couldn't afford to back down now. We had one shot at this, and it was now or never. The night of the operation, we moved in under the cover of darkness. Clint took out their security systems while Yelena cleared a path through their outer defenses. Melina provided intel from the inside, working tirelessly to uncover their hidden accounts, their illicit dealings, and the names of the key players who had been propping up this network. I led the charge into their vaults, breaking through their final lines of defense. It wasn't easy. The final showdown was intense, as we came face to face with some of the most dangerous figures we had encountered since the fall of the Red Room. But this time we were different. We were strong. We had learned from every mission, every setback. We had learned how to work together as a team, and we weren't just fighting for survival anymore. We were fighting for something more, for freedom, for a chance at a world that didn't have to live under the shadow of the past. When we finally reached the heart of their operations, I felt a sense of relief. The information we had gathered was enough to take down the entire network, but as I looked at the shattered remnants of their organization, I couldn't help but wonder, was this really the end? Could we ever truly erase the systems of control that had shaped the world for so long? In the aftermath of the operation, we worked quickly to expose their network. The names of the powerful people involved were released to the public, their assets seized, and their operations dismantled. But even as the world celebrated our victory, I knew that it wasn't enough. There would always be more work to do. The battle for the future was just beginning. As we debriefed after the mission, Clint looked at me with the same steady, unwavering gaze he always had. "We did it," he said, a rare smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "But I think we both know it's never really over." I nodded. He was right. The fight would never truly end. There would always be more threats, more challenges, more systems to break. But as long as we kept fighting, as long as we kept moving forward, there was hope. And maybe, just maybe, that was an We had dismantled their network. We had exposed the corrupt financiers, taken down their hidden institutions, and shattered the hold they had over the world. But as we sat back and watched the world react, it became clear that this battle, this war, was far from over. The idea that we could simply tear down one structure of power and replace it with something better felt naive. The systems that had allowed these people to gain control, they were deeply embedded in every part of the world. This wasn't just about taking down corrupt individuals or organizations. It was about changing the way people viewed power itself, about making sure that the next generation wouldn't be caught in the same web of manipulation and exploitation we had been trapped in for so long. And the harder I worked, the more I realized that this fight was more personal than I had ever anticipated. Every success felt like a small victory, but the weight of it all lingered. I had come so far, but how much further did I really have to go before I could truly leave my past behind? Every time we exposed one network, another sprang up in its place. Every time we tore down a corrupt institution, there was always someone waiting in the wings to take its place. How many more battles could I fight? How many more times would I have to confront my own demons? Clint could see it too. He could see the exhaustion on my face, the hesitation in my movements. I had spent so long fighting for something, but the toll it took, the personal cost of it all was starting to weigh on me more than I cared to admit. "Natasha," Clint said one evening, his voice a mixture of concern and understanding, "you can't keep doing this alone. We've made progress, but there's more work to do, and I know it's hard, but you've got to let people in. Let us help." I shook my head, a bitter smile forming on my lips. "I'm not sure I even know how to stop fighting. It's all I've ever known." "I know," Clint said quietly, his gaze softening, "but you don't have to fight everything on your own. That's why we're here. You've gotta." It wasn't the first time Clint had said something like that, but it hit me differently this time. I knew that we had fought together. I knew that we were a team, a family, but there was a part of me that still felt like I was carrying the weight of everything we had done, everything I had done, all by myself. The next few weeks were a blur. We continued our work, focusing on those who were still trying to rebuild the old system. Every time we thought we had secured a win, there were new threats emerging, new players who were willing to do anything to gain power. There were whispers in the shadows, people who still believed they could control the world from behind the scenes. And as long as that ideology existed, we would never be truly free. But even in the face of these threats, I felt something change in myself. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but I began to realize that I wasn't just fighting for the world anymore. I was fighting for myself, for the chance to finally live in a way that wasn't defined by my past, for the chance to be something more than the Black Widow. We were called to a meeting with some of our closest allies, representatives from the global organizations we had been working with to implement reform. The atmosphere was tense. Everyone knew that the battle wasn't over. The conspiracy we had exposed was fracturing, but the remnants of it were still dangerous. The world was still fragile. "We've made progress," one of the leaders said, his voice firm, but there was a hint of fear in his eye. "But we're still seeing resistance. Old systems, old networks. are still in play. They're regrouping, adapting. We can't stop now, Melina said, her voice sharp. We've exposed enough to make sure they can't rebuild, but we have to act fast. If we leave any gaps, they'll take advantage of them. The room fell silent. Everyone knew what was at stake, but as we discussed the next steps, I felt a sense of clarity I hadn't felt in a long time. This wasn't just about fighting, it was about building something real, something sustainable. It wasn't just about destroying the old system, it was about creating a new one that wouldn't crumble when the next wave of corrupt players came along. The plan was set. We would focus on rebuilding the systems that had been damaged, focusing on transparency, accountability, and education. We needed to ensure that the foundations we had created weren't just a temporary fix but a permanent change. It was a huge task. The world wasn't going to change overnight, and there were too many obstacles standing in our way. But we were committed. I was committed. We had fought for this, and I couldn't let it all slip away now. The work continued, and with every day that passed, I felt a growing sense of purpose. The past was still there, still a part of me, but I was learning to use it to fuel something positive, something that could make a real difference. I wasn't sure if we could ever truly defeat the systems of power that had been built over centuries, but I knew we couldn't stop fighting, and maybe, just maybe, that was enough. As the dust settled from our most recent victory, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had only scratched the surface. The work we had done was important, no doubt, exposing the corrupt, tearing down the systems that had held the world captive for so long. But the deeper I got into the reform efforts, the more it became clear. Change wasn't going to happen just because we had uncovered the truth. Change needed time, it needed patience, and most of all, it needed sacrifice. We had spent so many years fighting for survival, for justice, for freedom, but now the real challenge had begun. Rebuilding a world after such profound corruption didn't happen overnight. The institutions we had fought to expose were only part of the problem. The real battle was going to be against the beliefs that had supported them. The ideologies of power, control, and exploitation didn't just vanish because we tore down a few corrupt leaders. They were deeply ingrained in the very systems that kept the world running. Clint, Melina, Yelena, and I had faced so many external enemies over the years, but this was different. This was about facing the future and ensuring that what we had worked for wouldn't crumble under the same pressures that had destroyed the old world. The meetings with our allies continued, and we found ourselves constantly re-evaluating the methods we had used to tear down the old system. There was still resistance. There always was. Some of the people we had freed from the shackles of power had already started to question the reforms we had put in place. The old systems had been so pervasive, so deeply entrenched, that breaking them apart wasn't enough. People needed new systems, new structures to believe in. They needed leadership that wasn't tainted by the same corrupt practices they had suffered under for so long. We can't build a new world on old foundations, Melina said during one of our strategy sessions, her voice firm. The systems of power are designed to be flexible. They can shift, adapt, and survive. If we don't build something stronger, something more resilient, then we're just setting ourselves up for failure. I agree, Yelena added, her eyes sharp. We've exposed the darkness, but now we need to bring in the light. We need a new framework for how power works, how decisions are made. Clint was quiet for a moment, his gaze thoughtful. We've spent years fighting the shadows. Now it's time to create something that can stand on its own. I wasn't sure what that would look like, but I knew we were right. It was one thing to tear down the old systems. It was another thing entirely to create something that would last, something that would give people a chance to thrive instead of just survive. The work ahead felt insurmountable, but we kept pushing. Every day we built, every day we took one more step toward a future that didn't repeat the mistakes of the past. We focused on reforming the global financial systems, using the wealth and resources we had seized from the corrupt leaders and institutions to fund rebuilding efforts. We prioritized education, transparency and social justice, making sure that those who had been most affected by the old world were the ones who had a seat at the table. The work was grueling, but there were moments, small moments, that made it feel worth it. When we saw the first survivors from the Red Room start to rebuild their lives, when we saw people who had been crushed by the old systems finally able to stand on their own, those moments made all the pain, all the sacrifice, feel like it was worth it. But the challenges kept coming. One evening, just as we thought we were making real progress, we received an encrypted message from an old contact. The message was cryptic, but its meaning was clear. There were still elements of the old conspiracy operating in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. At first I wanted to believe that the fight was over. We had won, hadn't we? We had torn down the networks, exposed the people behind the corruption, and begun rebuilding the world. But the message reminded me of something I had always known. There would always be those who sought to control, to manipulate, and to reclaim the power they had lost. We couldn't ignore it. We spent the next few weeks tracking down the source of the message. It wasn't easy. Whoever had sent it was skilled at covering their tracks. We had to move cautiously, keeping our actions discreet to avoid tipping off the remnants of the old network. The deeper we dug, the more we realized that while we had exposed the faces of the conspiracy, the infrastructure they had built was still intact. There were still factions out there, small pockets of influence that hadn't been fully dismantled. But the closer we got to the heart of it, the more I realized something. We weren't just fighting for the world anymore. We were fighting for our own redemption, for the chance to build a future that wasn't shaped by the scars of our past. The mission was simple: infiltrate the remaining cells of the old network, expose them, and take them down before they could regroup and strike back. We moved swiftly, cutting through their operations with precision, just as we had done before. But this time, there was something different. This wasn't just about survival. This was about making sure we never had to fight this battle again. As we dismantled their last remnants, I found myself thinking about what came next. Would the world we had fought for really be enough? Could we truly create a future free from the shadows of the past? I didn't have the answers, but I did know one thing: we couldn't stop. Not now, not when we were so close. The fight for the future wasn't over, but for the first time in a long time, I felt like we were winning. The last few years had been a whirlwind. We had fought harder than we ever thought possible. We had exposed the darkest corners of power, torn down the corrupt systems that had held the world captive for far too long, and started the arduous process of rebuilding. But the more we fought for a better world, the more I realized that we weren't just fighting against the old systems of power. We were fighting against the very nature of human desire, the hunger for control, for dominance, for the illusion of security. These were forces that could never be fully eradicated. The world was changing, but change was never as simple as it seemed. Old power structures, like the ones we had fought to dismantle, had a way of adapting, surviving, and finding new paths to exploit. As we pushed forward with our reforms, new challenges cropped up. Every victory, every step toward the world we wanted to build, was met with an equal measure of resistance. We had faced the Red Room, the global conspiracy, the financial networks, and countless enemies in the shadows. But now, we were facing something even harder: the task of ensuring that the future we were fighting for could withstand the same forces that had destroyed the old world. There were no easy answers. There were no guarantees that we wouldn't be fighting these battles forever, and yet we couldn't stop. Clint had always been the steady one. He'd been there for every mission, every battle, but even he was starting to feel the weight of the task we had set before us. The constant pressure to rebuild, to push forward, to create something that would last, was taking its toll on all of us. One evening, as we gathered to debrief after another successful operation to dismantle one of the last cells of the conspiracy, Clint turned to me with a rare look of exhaustion in his eyes. "I think we're doing the right thing," he said, "but sometimes I wonder if we're taking on too much. It feels like no matter how much we expose, no matter how many victories we win, the world just keeps pushing back." I met his gaze, understanding exactly what he meant. I had been feeling it too, the feeling that no matter how much we achieved, it wasn't enough. The weight of the past was still there, always lingering. We had exposed the truth. We had torn down the systems of control. But the reality was far more complex than that. "It's not about perfection," I said quietly. "It's about progress. It's about showing that we can create something better. The world's not going to change overnight, Clint. It never will. But we can make sure that we're building toward a future that's worth fighting for." He nodded, but I could tell he wasn't entirely convinced. He had seen the darkest parts of the world, had witnessed firsthand the ways people would exploit others for power, and while we had taken down the most dangerous players, there would always be someone else, lurking in the shadows, waiting for a chance to rise up. Our next mission came quickly. There had been rumors of another faction, smaller, more discreet, but no less dangerous. These were individuals who had survived the collapse of the old world and had managed to keep their operations hidden. They were less about brute force and more about subtlety, using manipulation and covert operations to regain control of the systems we had fought so hard to dismantle. We knew they were out there, but we hadn't been able to track them down until now. It was an opportunity to strike before they could regroup and expand their influence. It was a race against time, and as we prepared for the operation, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into a trap, but we didn't have the luxury of waiting. The longer we hesitated, the more dangerous they would become. We infiltrated their base, cutting through their defenses with precision. It was a stealth mission, but as we moved deeper into their operations, the situation grew more complex. This faction wasn't as easy to expose as the other. They had learned from the mistakes of the past. They had adapted. Melina and Yelena worked quickly to gather intel, decrypting their communications and uncovering their hidden dealings. Clint and I moved to take down their high-level operatives, knowing that once we exposed their leaders, their influence would crumble. But as we reached the heart of their operation, something unexpected happened. The person who had been leading the faction, a former ally we thought we had left behind, revealed themselves. It was someone who had once fought alongside us, someone we had trusted. Betrayal stung like nothing else. The confrontation was inevitable. The person who had once shared our cause now stood in opposition to everything we had fought for. They had become part of the very system we had tried to destroy, working from the shadows, manipulating the network we had spent years breaking down. The fight that followed wasn't just physical, it was personal. I had to confront not just the person in front of me, but everything they represented. Every decision I had made, every battle I had fought, all of it was now in question. Had we done enough? Had we made the right choice? In the end, we managed to dismantle their operations, but it came at a cost. The emotional toll of confronting someone we had once called an ally, someone who had once stood by our side, left scars that no victory could heal. We stood in the aftermath of the battle, the ruins of their operation around us, and I realized something. The fight wasn't over, not because the enemy still existed, but because we were still figuring out who we were in this new world. We had built something, yes, but it was fragile. The forces we had fought against were never truly gone. The real challenge was learning how to live in a world that could be rebuilt but would never be free from the shadows. And perhaps that was the true test. Could we create a future that was truly free from the past? We had taken down the last remnants of the conspiracy, or so we thought. The operation had been smooth, and for a brief moment, I believed we had made real progress. The world had changed, and we were part of it, rebuilding something from the ashes of the old world. But as time passed, I realized that the fight wasn't over. In fact, the most difficult battles were just beginning. For all the victories we had won, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were still fighting against something much deeper, something more pervasive than any single group or leader. The very idea of power, the need to control, to dominate, still existed. It had existed long before the Red Room, long before the conspiracies we had exposed, and it would exist long after we were gone. How could we truly change the world if these forces were so deeply embedded in human nature? I wasn't just questioning the fight anymore, I was questioning my place in it. The first few weeks after our operation felt like a temporary reprieve. The enemy was scattered, and the world was taking a collective breath, trying to absorb the shock of the truths we had uncovered. But beneath the surface, I knew things were still fragile. The system wasn't built to last. No matter how many reforms we had pushed through, I knew that the balance we had worked so hard to create was delicate, and the forces we had once fought were still lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportunity to regain control. Clint, Melina, Yelena, and I had been so focused on the mission that we hadn't really taken the time to process the emotional toll of what we had done. The missions, the battles, the endless days of moving from one fight to the next. We had buried everything beneath the work. But now that there was a brief lull, I found myself questioning it all. Was it worth it? What had we really achieved? I knew I wasn't the only one struggling with these questions. We had all sacrificed so much, and yet the world still seemed just as broken as it had been when we started this fight. One night, as we sat around in our makeshift base, I looked at my team. They were all in the same place, exhausted, overwhelmed, and wondering what the future held. "I've been thinking," I said, breaking the silence. "What if this is never enough? What if we do all this work, we expose the truth, we tear down the systems, and in the end we're still left with the same problems?" Clint looked up from his work, his expression as thoughtful as ever. "Maybe it's not about perfection, Natasha. Maybe it's about making sure the future has a fighting chance. We can't control everything, but we can make a difference." "I know," I said, my voice quiet, "but sometimes it feels like we're fighting a battle we'll never fully win. Every time we knock down one piece of the system, another piece just replaces it." "That's true," Melina added, her voice filled with both wisdom and weariness. "But the thing is, Natasha, this fight isn't just about what we can see. It's about giving the next generation the tools to do better. We can't change everything, but we can change the way people think about power. We can show them that it doesn't have to be this way." Yelena, who had been quiet for most of the conversation, spoke up. "Maybe it's not about fixing everything. Maybe it's about making sure people have the chance to choose, to break the cycles that trap them. We've done that for ourselves, haven't we?" Her words hit harder than I expected. I had spent so much time thinking about what we hadn't accomplished, about how much work was left to be done. But Yelena was right. We had made a choice. We had broken free of the systems that had controlled us, and we were giving others the same chance. We decided to shift our focus. The fight wasn't just about tearing down the remnants of the old order, it was about giving the next generation a chance to rebuild on a foundation of hope and possibility, not control and fear. We had to focus on education, on building institutions that would teach people how to resist the temptation to control others, to manipulate the system for their own gain. We had to give people the power to create a new world, not just one that was free of corruption, but one that was free of the hunger for power that had created the old systems in the first place. But even as we made these plans, I knew the road ahead was going to be long and hard. The forces of control were not going to give up easily. The work we had done to expose the truth was just the beginning. Now we had to make sure that the world would never again fall into the same traps that had ensnared it for so long. As we moved forward, I couldn't help but feel the weight of the choices we had made. We had chosen to fight. We had chosen to tear down the systems that had kept the world in chains. But now we had to choose again. We had to decide what kind of world we wanted to, and that, more than anything, was the real battle. The world was changing, but it was never going to be as simple as creating a better system. The systems we had fought against were the result of centuries of power struggles, greed, and exploitation. We had exposed them, yes, but the real question was, could we build something better? Something that wouldn't just be a temporary fix, but something that could withstand the test of time. We had made great strides in the fight, but the reality was that the harder we worked, the more we realized the magnitude of the task ahead. Reforming global systems, rebuilding trust, and shifting the power dynamics that had been in place for so long required more than just exposing corruption. It required a complete rethinking of how society operated. I had thought that tearing down the old structures would be enough. I had thought that once the corrupt leaders were exposed, once the conspiracy was dismantled, everything would fall into place. But the truth was more complicated. The systems were not just created by the people at the top, they were reinforced by the institutions, the culture, the ways people lived and interacted with each other. And those systems didn't crumble just because we took down a few key players. They were built into the very fabric of society. The battle wasn't over. It was never going to be over. As I sat with Clint, Melina and Yelena, the weight of what we had taken on became more and more apparent. The new world we were trying to build was still fragile. And while we had taken down the old systems leaders, there were always new ones waiting to take their place. The old guard had been replaced by new players, new challenges, and with every step forward, we found ourselves confronting new forms of manipulation, new systems of control. Clint was the first to break the silence. We've taken down their leaders. We've exposed their secret. But the real work is just beginning. We can't expect the world to change overnight. People are going to resist. They're going to fight to hold on to what they've always known. Melina nodded, adding, the systems of power are ingrained. It's not just about exposing corruption. It's about teaching people to live differently. To live in a world that values cooperation over control, transparency over manipulation. We can't force that change, Yelena said, her voice steady, but her eyes tired. It's going to take time. We've been through the hardest part, but the work ahead is just as important. I looked at all of them, feeling the weight of their words. They were right. We had fought for so long. But now the fight was different. It wasn't just about survival or even justice anymore. It was about shaping the future, and that was harder than any fight we had faced before. Over the next few months we focused on rebuilding, but this time we shifted our approach. We realized that the new systems we wanted to create had to be built from the ground up, not just from the ashes of the old. We had to make sure that the future didn't simply mirror the past. We began focusing on education and empowerment, reaching out to those who had been disenfranchised, those who had never had a voice in the old world. We created programs that taught transparency, accountability, and the importance of collective leadership. We helped people understand how power could be shared, not hoarded, and how everyone had a role in shaping the future. But even as we worked to rebuild, I knew there were forces out there still trying to regain control. It was always going to be this way. Power was a seductive thing, and there would always be people who wanted it for themselves. The systems we had tried to dismantle hadn't just shaped the corrupt leaders. They had shaped entire societies. They had taught people that power was something to be won, not something to be shared. And I had to wonder, could we really change that? The emotional toll of all this was starting to weigh heavily on me. I had spent so many years running from my past, trying to escape the mistakes I had made, the people I had hurt. But the deeper I got into this fight, the more I saw the world change, the more I saw the people we had helped, the more I realized that I couldn't run from it anymore. Clint and I were sitting together one evening, our latest mission behind us, and the silence felt heavy. He could see the weight I was carrying. He always did. "You're thinking too much," he said, his voice quiet. I sighed. "I don't know how to stop. We've done so much, Clint, but every time we make a step forward, it feels like the world's already 2 steps behind." He was silent for a long moment. "You're not alone in this, Natasha. You never have been, and you don't have to carry everything by yourself." I didn't know how to answer. The truth was, I had always carried the weight alone. I had always fought for myself, for survival. But now the fight was bigger. It was for everyone, and I didn't know if I was strong enough to carry it all. The next few weeks were focused on finalizing our reform plans. We started reaching out to global leaders, helping them implement new policies of transparency and accountability. It wasn't easy, and there were setbacks. There were always setbacks, but something had changed in me. The weight was still there, but I was beginning to see the cracks in the old system. I was beginning to understand that while we would always face resistance, we had already made the impossible possible. We had torn down a world built on lies, and we had started building something new. It wasn't perfect. It never would be, but it was a start. The days bled into weeks, and the work we were doing began to take on a different rhythm. The battle against the corrupt, the manipulative forces in power, was never truly over. Every victory we won felt like it was met with 2 more challenges we hadn't anticipated. We had exposed the worst of the conspiracy and stripped away the power structures that had held the world in a stranglehold. But what came next? The world was still a fractured place. People had lived in fear of being controlled for so long that it wasn't enough to simply show them the truth. We had to teach them how to live differently, to break free from the mentalities that had shaped them, just as we had been shaped. That was the real fight, and I was beginning to realize that it might never end. I wasn't just fighting for a world free of the Red Room's shadow. I was fighting to ensure that we didn't recreate the systems of control and manipulation that had haunted our lives for so long. The systems had evolved, and now they were far more subtle, far more insidious. The hardest part wasn't taking down the corrupt leaders anymore. The hardest part was fighting against the systems, the culture that had allowed them to thrive. Power wasn't just about taking control of governments or corporations. It was about how people used their influence, how they manipulated the world to suit their needs, whether they were in charge or not. Clint could see the struggle I was facing. He knew I was fighting more than just the remnants of the old system. He knew I was still battling the ghosts of my past. "We can't change everything in a day, Natasha," he said, his voice calm but firm. "We're doing what we can. The world's not going to change overnight, but we've already made a difference." I didn't know if that was enough. The world had always been a place where power was concentrated in the hands of a few, and no matter how many times we tore down the systems, the hunger for control never disappeared. It adapted. It found new ways to survive. We continued with our mission. We fought in the shadows and out in the open, working with those who had become our allies, global leaders, underground activists, survivors of the Red Room, to create the change we had dreamed of. But the more we pushed, the more we encountered resistance. It wasn't just the old powers that were fighting back. It was the fear of the unknown, the fear of losing control. The world was caught in a delicate balance, one that we had spent so long trying to break free from. But now we were realizing just how hard it was to create something stable, something lasting. The people we had helped in the past were now starting to rise up in their own way. They were starting to take ownership of their future, and while that was exactly what we had wanted, it also meant that things were no longer under our control. We had opened the floodgates, but we hadn't anticipated the storm that followed. Our mission took us to a new front, one that was much more personal than we had expected. We had been tracking down the last remaining factions of the old conspiracy, the hidden groups that had been quietly rebuilding behind the scenes. But this time the enemy we were dealing with was no longer just an abstract force. It was a former ally, someone who had once fought by our side and who had now become part of the very system we had worked to destroy. It was someone I had trusted, someone who had been with us from the beginning, and now they were working to resurrect the old order, using the very tools we had exposed and destroyed. The betrayal stung in ways I hadn't expected. This wasn't just a fight against an enemy. This was a fight against someone who had once shared our vision, and now they had become the very thing we were fighting. It was the ultimate test of everything we had worked for. Were we really fighting for a better future, or had we just become the new rulers of a different system? Was this battle really about liberation, or were we simply trading one form of control for another? The confrontation came quickly, and as we infiltrated their compound, I felt the weight of everything we had built, everything we had sacrificed, weighing down on me. This wasn't just another mission. This wasn't just another battle. This was the moment that defined everything we had fought for. The fight was brutal. The confrontation, personal. Every strike I landed felt like it was both necessary and devastating. I wasn't just fighting for the future. I was fighting for myself, for everything I had done to get here. And when the fight was over, when the remnants of the old faction had been dealt with, the question still lingered. Had we really made the world better, or had we simply become part of the same cycle that had kept the world in chains? I didn't have the answer, but I knew one thing. We couldn't stop. Not yet. The fight for the future wasn't over. It never would be. As we walked away from the operation, I looked at my Clint, Melina, Yelena. We had been through so much together, and yet we were still unsure of what came next. What would the world look like in the aftermath? Would the systems of control ever truly die? We didn't have the answers, but we did know one thing. We would keep fighting for the future, for ourselves, for the world we had yet to create. It was quiet, and for the first time in years, the silence felt different, not deafening, not a reminder of all the things that had been left unsaid, but a kind of peace. I had spent so many years running, fighting, surviving, that I hadn't known what peace even felt like. But here I was, at the end of the journey, or at least at the end of this chapter. We had done everything we could. We had fought for the world, for the future, and for redemption, not just for ourselves, but for everyone who had ever been caught in the web of manipulation and control. We had rebuilt. Not everything, not yet, but enough to show that it was possible. The systems of power that had once held the world in their grip were now gone, or at least fractured enough that they couldn't survive in the same way. The old world was dead, and a new one was beginning to take shape. One where power was shared, not hoarded. One where people could live freely, without fear. But as much as I had fought for this future, as much as I had sacrificed, I knew the world would never be perfect. There would always be shadows lurking, always someone waiting to exploit the cracks in the system. But we had shown that change was possible, that the future didn't have to look like the past. The team was together again, just as we had been so many times before. But this time, there was a difference. There was no more war, no more missions, no more running. We were looking forward, not back. Clint, Melina, and Yelena were sitting in a room that had once been a command center, now repurposed as a place of rest, of recovery. There was still work to be done, but we weren't in the midst of it anymore. Now we were focused on what came next. Sustainability, making sure the future we had fought for would last. We've made it, Clint said, breaking the silence. His voice was quieter than usual, but there was a hint of relief in it. We've actually done it. I nodded, though I didn't know how to feel. Yeah, we have, but it's not over. It never really will be. We've done our part. Now it's up to the people to keep it going. Yelena, as always, was the first to respond with that spark of determination. We've built the foundation. Now they have to keep building. They can't let the system they had take root again. Melina smiled slightly, her eyes distant but thoughtful. We've shown them how to change, and even if they fall again, they'll know what to do different. We sat there for a long while, each of us thinking about everything we had done, everything we had lost, and everything we had gained. There were no words to describe it, no way to explain the price of progress. We had fought through impossible odds, against forces much larger than ourselves, and now we had a chance to make a real difference in the world. But that difference wasn't just ours to make anymore. The future would be shaped by the people we had freed, by those who had learned the lessons we taught. And as for me, I had spent my whole life defined by the person I had been made to be. I had lived in the shadows, as the Black Widow, as a weapon for others' control. I had never known what it meant to be something else, but now I was learning how to live with the choices I had made, how to accept the past and still move forward. I wasn't perfect, I never would be, but I was something different now. I was Natasha Romanoff, not just the Black Widow, and that was enough. In the end, I realized that the legacy we left wasn't just about what we had destroyed, it was about what we had built. The future we had fought for wasn't guaranteed, but it was possible, and as long as there were people willing to fight for it, there was hope. I could finally let go of the past, not forget it. I never would, but let it go, and embrace the future, with all its uncertainty and potential. The fight wasn't over, but it had changed, and so had I. We had done what we set out to do. The rest of the world could take it from here, and maybe, just maybe, we had given them the chance to make it better.